Alright. Salutation, darlings. Azor Wing here, bringing you some more Genshin Impact. Excuse me, ma'am. Ah, some sauce. And she's falling asleep. Absolutely precious.
How did I do that?
Your second personality. I met that one time. Anywho, what we are doing during this occasion is essentially finishing up Summertide Scales and Tails. Like we were barely here before we were taking off. Mostly what we're doing is the Mosaic of Memories. I also love how I've already forgotten his name. This precious little dragonling is now just here. He's here. Oh. We're doing Boreal Flurry. Flying Hatter's Trick. And Metropole Jail. Along with anything else that might have been missed, like the figurine fabrication. Like, I imagine that we'll... Actually, looking at these, yeah. The rewards are the Star Seal coins. There are Star Seal coins for... I'm like 90... I'm 50-50 on them being... 30-60. I'm 30-60 on them being, like, for this. For all of these. So we're working on 2 things at once. 3 things if you count these. The little bonus quests. These 2 are in Simulacra, but this one's in Sumeru, that we talked to Kale about. An odd textual mystery. Kale tells you that Sumeru's been quite lively lately. As such, you and Baimon resolve to see what's going on. Oh, right. Didn't Kale say Sumeru City's been pretty lively lately? Aren't you even a little curious? Sounds fun to me. Right, Paimon agrees. Then let's go see what's going on. For our first stop, maybe start with the Academia? That's where all the info is, after all. Very amusingly, at least for me, my current team is just Sumeru. They need a name.
Hey! I feel sleepier whenever I remember one of his poems. Everyone,
Please think of something, Linda.
Welcome to the Academia.
Not who I was aiming for, but hello anyway.
I see
I should probably make an admission brochure and put it up on the side. But I'm sure no one would read it.
Please think of something, Linda.
Okay. I was gonna say, unless I got that wrong. But... Forazon. Frozen. Look, that's Forazon over there. Do you think we should ask? Even just glancing at the borrowing records gives me flashbacks to how awful that book was. How irritating. Forazon, what are you doing talking to yourself over here? I am Madame Farazan. After all, it's not out of place for me to mull things over out loud, wouldn't you say? But in this case... never mind, forget about it. Why'd the 2 of you suddenly decide to drop by? Well, about that. We heard something about a party and didn't want to miss out. Kali told us that Sumeru is the place to be now. Apparently tons of interesting things are happening, so we thought we'd ask around. Any idea what she was talking about? Interesting things. What might Kali find interesting? Hold on. Tenari's tail getting so fluffed up like a ball of tumbleweed, or Sino climbing a tree and getting his hood caught on a branch. Whoa, you really miss all that? Seriously, no one thought to tell me. Still, she said there was something big everyone's been talking about. Can you think of anything slightly more significant? More significant. Ah, is something the matter, madame? Well, now that you mention it, it must be what I think it is. Recently, rumors have been going around about a certain book. That's a classic horror tale story opening. It's not some kind of forbidden tome or something like that, is it? Forbidden tome? As far as I'm concerned, it might as well be. Tell me, have you ever read one of those really, really badly written detective novels? I do believe, unfortunately, I have. Tell me exactly how bad was it? Oh, leave this to Paimon. For example, the type where you start off thinking it's a locked room murder mystery, but it actually turns out that the whole building was just moved. That's right. Or it's supposed to be based on pure reasoning and logic and deduction, but at the end it turns out the culprit has some kind of superpower. Exactly. Or it starts out super serious, but in the second half it just reveals that everyone lost their memories out of the blue. Or it's set in a mountain range in the middle of a snowstorm, and the police officer who's been portrayed as a serious figure throughout the whole story suddenly turns out to be the murderer, and not even the slightest hint of foreshadowing. You'll offend half the crime novelists into that if you keep going. My apologies. I let myself get a bit carried away there for a moment. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I did borrow a book like that a few days past. So you borrowed a badly written book, but that happens to the best of us. No, that's the problem. Blizzard swept mountain villages, superpowers, police officers who turn out to be criminals. This book had it all, and more. Reading it was tantamount to torture. And despite how complicated it wasn't engaging in the slightest. But there have been all sorts of rumors circulating about this book because the strange marks drawn all over the pages. People are saying that it must be concealing secrets. Do you think there's treasure involved? I'm not sure, but there must be many who believe so. Not only have more and more people been borrowing it, but they have all been specifically asking for the marked up copy. Have you borrowed it too? Yes, I have. As you well know, I'm a scholar, so it's only natural to have a bit of curiosity. So just what secret does the book at the center of the rumors actually hold? I read through carefully from start to finish. Most of the marks are circles, but at the beginning and points of each stroke differ, as does the color of the ink used. Most importantly, the names of the people in the book have been circled. Not only that, many of them are adapted from famous figures in Sumeru's history. Some speculate these markers have been left by different scholars over the era, each researching the book's secrets, each searching for a name they believed in. Others believe they're a kind of notation made by different people belonging to the same organization, and that the name circles are their code names. Still, others think that it's some kind of encryption cipher, but even after finishing it, I came no closer to uncovering the mystery. Not only was reading it a complete waste of time, but the sheer absurdity of shoddy excuse for a plot several times over. I was so angry I returned the book immediately. When I came to the house at dinner today, I found lots of people sulking around. I suppose they're still looking for that thing. No wonder you zoned out like that. I don't guess you wouldn't be borrowing any more detective novels anytime soon. Indeed. Paimon is Orwing. Surely the two of you must understand how I feel. Don't worry, madam. I feel your frustration. What's the book called? We'll borrow it and take a look at it ourselves. It's called Reasoning Knows Not Time of Day, but suspense always follows a blizzard. Sure, it's a detective novel. Sounds more like the title of a light novel. Tell me about it. Anyway, read it at your own risk. It truly is unbearably boring. The kind of books I like. The spectrum is just so broad, I don't know where to start. Ah, yes, what kind of books do you like? Books. Good books. Books that are fun to read. And I feel that in my heart and soul. Hmm. Mm.
Maybe I'll borrow something to read.
So many books with long titles here. Let Paimon have a look. Working hard and vacationing harder? What the heck? An atlas of rainforest-dwelling species, edition. The art of the construction of coffee machines. Who exactly reads these? Secrets of the Elemental Sciences. The book jacket even says, expert approved. The former sage Cyrus raises this is an excellent entry-level book. And this one, a compilation and summary of common basic grammar rules for rare languages and ancient desert peoples. Ugh, now Paimon says it's just so many words. Come on, Paimon, you can learn 20 different. Huh? Is that Leia over there? Let's just ask her. She may know something. She looks asleep. Oh, is she asleep? No, she's awake. Or is she? A sorrowing Paimon. It's been so long. Oh, I'm still a bit tired. Didn't sleep well last night. I was reading a novel, so I stayed up late. It wasn't that detective novel that everyone's been talking about, was it? The one with the super long name? Huh? Oh no. If you're talking about reason knows no time of day, but suspense always follows, Blizzard? Oh, right. Yes. No, it wasn't that one. Madame Forzon said it was really dull, so I didn't borrow it. Oh, so you're not that interested in the book's secrets? I haven't been able to keep up with my own work, even though I'm up late all the time these days. But the way more people have been interested in the book than I ever imagined. 7 or 8 in a single morning. I feel like leaving a signboard sitting here like this. Kaveh asked me the same question, so he must be looking for it too. He was even hiding behind a ladder before looking for something. He looked really embarrassed. Searching for something, hiding behind a ladder. He must be after more. That's gotta be it, so he can hurry up and pay off his debt to... Wait, no. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. Hey, you're really sleepy, right? You must be dreaming in this conversation. I didn't really get it anyway, but if you say so, it's a dream. Thank you. We'll keep on looking. Okay, see you next time. Oh, snore. Not often Leia finds asleep so quickly. Good for her. Paimon thinks we should go ask Kaveh now. If he's searching for the book, he must know something. But where is he now? Good question, but can we try hanging around where he might show up? There's a good chance he's there right now, right? Sleepy. Like, why go through 2 loading zones when you can go through 1? Yes, where else might he be but Anthem's house? You ever think we seem like a pair of thieves hiding here to ambush Kaveh? It almost feels like we're here to extort him or something. God, bye. You go straight for the throat. It's not sure why that is, though. We just want to ask him a couple questions, that's all. Don't make it sound like... Don't make it sound like we're the baddies when have you ever been bothered by your conscience? Yeah? Sounds like footsteps. Quick, let's take a look. Stop right there, Anthem. It's Anthem. I'll hate them. Huh? I'll hate them? What are you doing here? Good question. Surprising indeed. I was here under the impression that you knew I lived here. Good morning. Good morning. What can I do for you?
Um, we, nothing, never mind.
Oh. Goodbye, then.
He just left. Does he have work to do or something?
Footsteps again. They're heading towards the door. Stop right there, Kave. What are you two doing here?
Good question. Surprising indeed. Paimon was under the impression you'd know. The only reason we're here is we were looking for you.
Paimon, you don't sound like yourself. Looking for a certain book by any chance? Wait, what?
Here's the deal.
You and Paimon pull Kave to the side and hush down to tell him about so on and so forth. How is it you guys know everything? Here I was, thinking I'd been super discreet the whole time. No one should have even noticed.
Come on, get real. You're thinking that no one knows you live here.
Hey, that's not fair. Of course nobody knows this, except for Sino, Tainari, Kale, and the two of you, right? Friends are friends, so if they know, well, they know. But what if a stranger overheard us? It would be a disaster. It might even impact my career. Anyway, about that book.
I believe it contains intel about hidden treasure, don't you? Looking to get rich quick, are we?
Yeah, offering to help find it, are you?
Shucks, why didn't you say so earlier? So there really is a treasure. How about this? We help you find it, then split the loot 50-50. It's a deal. Absorbing. After all we've been through, it's finally our turn to get rich. No need to keeping hidden treasure. The Paimon's probe homin and
Hidden the Paimon's probe. What? Huh? Paimon? Exactly, Paimon, what are you freaking on about?
Huh? Is that Dea?
A sorrowing and Paimon. Must be my lucky day running into you two like this.
Dea, your mercenaries are pretty tuned into the grapevine. Have you ever heard a book called Reasoning Knows Not the Time of Day, but Suspense Always Follows a Blizzard?
Wait, you guys are looking for it too?
By two, you don't mean you're looking for it too? Darn it, does that mean we're finally gonna have to score against Dea?
Wait a minute, would you mind telling me exactly why you're looking for it? Once more, you go over the rumors that Frozen told you. Frozen. If it really does turn out to be something important, I'll be sure to let you know if I hear anything.
Whoa, really? From your reaction before, Paimon thought you were after it too.
Don't worry, a client asked me to give her the book, but her attitude seemed off somehow. I didn't take the commission. She's a smart cookie, though, and it was like she was hiding something, so I thought she must have had an ulterior motive. Besides, I have other things to look into right now. Compared to some commission, it's more important that you uncover the truth behind that book. Anyway, no time to lose. I gotta get going.
All right, then, good luck. And don't forget to tell us if you hear anything.
Honestly, the first time when they were first talking about the book, I was like, did somebody like spell check and grammar check a book? And the author started spreading rumors that no. Totally like ARG thing. Whatever. I wonder a day is climb could be. Hey. How are you so fast?
Flying's faster than running?
Sorry, it's a traveler thing. I'm confused so much I run fast. Alright, listen to me. It's like this. Paimon, don't get your hopes up. That book, it isn't some kind of treasure map. It's just an unbelievably, unremarkably, surprisingly ordinary detective novel.
Huh? But didn't you just say there was treasure? If more people backtrack like that, Paimon think they'd change their mind and want to keep all the more for themselves. But that's not something you do.
No, that's... sorry. I'm sorry. I just couldn't bring myself to tell you earlier, so I played along with what you were saying. Here's what happened. I borrowed the book a month ago. When I opened it, the first page, I discovered one of the names was printed incorrectly. So was somebody correct spell checking the book? That night I'd been drinking just a little. I was starting to feel drowsy, so I picked up a pen and circled the name. As I'm sure you know, the house don't allow borrowers to annotate the books they take out. I'm in the habit of doing that too, so at the time I didn't give it second thought. But after a dozen so pages in, I realized the names of all of the characters in the books had intentionally been written slightly wrong. Maybe it would be more accurate to say that the novel itself was quite strange. All the characters' names were based on real historical figures, but rather than using their original names, they'd been tweaked ever so slightly. More people would assume that the author had made a mistake or that there had been a printing error when they saw the spelling mistakes like that. I didn't find the content particularly appealing, so I returned it before I finished reading it. But later on, I heard the book had suddenly become the talk of the town, and there were rumors about a mysterious treasure or something. And you thought it had something to do with you?
Certainly does sound like it.
Yeah, and I also heard that now all the names of the book have been circled, not just one. I just hadn't been able to figure out what in Tibet must have happened after I returned it. Did you tell anyone else that you borrowed it? Let me think. Tainari? Last time we met, I told him about how poorly parts of the book were written. He said I made it sound pretty funny, so much so, in fact, that he suddenly wanted to take a look himself. He made it sound like it was so bad it's good.
In that case, let's go find Tainari.
That's fine with me, but I still have some work to finish up, and it's pretty urgent. How about I head back first, and we can meet up again later once I'm done?
No problem. Hope your work goes well.
Me too. Thanks. See you then. Oh, Hatham and Kaveh living in the same house because, of course, that's what they do. Oh, one thing I remember. Collect things from a distance. I was like, I just suddenly remembered. Gandharville needs a teleport marker in it, not 3 around it. Just like that.
I see everything.
Oh. Thanks, Spike.
Over there, hey, Tainari.
I heard you. How's it going, Azori and Paimon? You guys sure look exhausted. Tell Tainari about the day. About how you've been looking for the novel. Reason knows not the time of day, but suspense always follows a blizzard. As you do so, you reflect once more at how absurdly long the title is, and how even saying it out loud makes you feel tired. Ah, that one. Yes, I did go to the house of Dana to borrow it. Kaveh said it wasn't worth reading, but I was curious, so I went and read it anyway. The problem was, there were already 2 names circled in the book I borrowed, and the style of each circle was different. It's like some kind of game. Someone had drawn a red circle around the name of the first character that appeared, and someone else had drawn a green circle around another name. So in the time between Kaveh returning the book and you taking it back out again, someone else had already annotated it? That's right. I'm sure the first circle was drawn by Kaveh. Yes, no surprise there. If you stop and think about it for a second, the identity of the second annotation should be trivial. Wait, you mean it was... If there are 2 people living in a house and one of them drew the first circle, it's highly likely that the other person left a mark too. Good point. Sometimes those 2 really are too much. In the end, it's as Oh, wrong voice. And sometimes those 2 really are too much. In the end, it's as I suspected from the beginning. The first character whose name had been circled on the very first frame turned out to be the murderer. And suddenly it's just a Surely that's just a blatant spoiler. Like the joke where someone opens a novel and bam, there's their note in the Marvel that spoils everything right from the start. What kind of joke would be so cruel? That was one of Cyrus's, and it wasn't a joke. He said he actually pulled a stunt like that when he was younger. Sounds. Checks out. Who is unlucky enough to borrow the book after he scribbled all over it? My master, Nephthys, and Professor Zahahidi, who had a seminar with him that very afternoon. Sarah said that Master once threatened to give him a good beating by the side interest of Pathfinder. Only thanks to my mother and Professor Zahahidi that he intervened that it didn't happen. Batman doesn't sympathize with Cyrus at all, not one bit. The House of Darna has never stopped people from annotating books, but this seemed like a special case. I didn't think the book could be allowed to keep circulating like that, so I circled several names myself, laying a false trail. The best place to hide a leaf in the forest. The best place to hide a leaf is in the forest. It's a simple principle.
Oh, well, when you put it like that, but still.
How many names did you circle, Dynamite? Let me think. Not too many, about 3 or 4. I chose them all randomly.
And you circled the other names in the book.
There must have been others who borrowed it and did something similar. I'm just not sure why.
Who'd have thought that borrowing books could be so complicated? Alright, let's go see if there's any other clues. We'll definitely be able to find out more by asking around.
Alright.
Everyone hold hands.
Look, there's Dia. Let's tell her what the real story is.
Huh? Candace is here too? So I need to reflect a little on what I did.
What happened?
To meet you here today is surely due to the guidance of the gods. Greetings. Candace, is this a personal trip? Today's trip to the city is to buy provisions for the people of our village, as well as to help Miss Sitaru deliver a message to the sages of the academia while I'm here. On the way, I happened to see Dea sitting in the coffee, looking down, so I came over to chat with her. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Just remembered a few details about that book after talking with you. Before the client had even contracted me, I heard rumors of an exciting novel full of undiscovered secrets. Out of curiosity, I asked Sina to take it out for me. As a desert dweller and a mercenary to boot, the idea of solving a mystery treasure map is pretty exciting.
Paimon totally gets that.
We inherited our custom of searching for the gold and wisdom in the sands from the gods themselves. But that book turned out to be as dry as dust. A bunch of names had been circled, and I still couldn't figure out what the puzzle was supposed to be, despite reading the whole thing through carefully from start to finish. In the end, I started to think it was some kind of ritual or game or something, so I picked up a pen and drew a circle of my own. But later on, Miss Dinyazard asked her parents to find a way to borrow it for her. She said their mysterious markings fascinated her, even though she couldn't get into the book itself. If they were just regular annotations, it wouldn't have been anything out of the ordinary, but these strange circles, you couldn't help but try to figure out what they might mean. That's true. So, Dia, what you're reflecting on is having accidentally interfered with other people's reading experience. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Wait, hold on a second. Why did you tell Candace?
She's a warrior, you know? Sometimes she has to interrogate criminals and other things like that, too. Everyone recognizes her job is sacred. So, when we need to think over what we've gone wrong, we talk to her about it. Please don't be too surprised, my dear Zorwing. To me, listening to other people's mistakes is just another way of protecting them. By speaking of your own mistakes and hearing sincere advice in return, improvement will come over time. That's the way we do things.
But all she did was draw a circle. It's not like she was deliberately trying to mess with anyone. Besides, everyone agrees that the book itself is just bad. Don't worry about it, Dia.
That's true. I was just telling Candace how bizarre it is. Be that as it may, it doesn't change the fact that it just ain't right to mess with someone else's enjoyment of a book. That's the bottom line. Anyway, Dea, please have faith. The gods will forgive your transgression. Besides, he told me about a part of the story where one of the suspects in the case ended up crawling out of the village on his hands and knees, and he was named Al-Almad. Al-Almal. That's right. The detective in the book argued he must have leapt across the broken bridge like a frog. Of course, he could find out later on his conjecture was totally off base.
Why is that?
Because it turns out that Alain has a superpower, so he could float across the broken bridge.
What the heck is the book even about? It sounds completely ludicrous.
Al-Alma. It's simply too reminiscent of the god's name of King Deseret, don't you think? Though, considering of how transgressive this book sounds, I don't think it's worth overthinking it. You're right. You know, I can't help but wonder what our friends at the Temple of Silence would say if we somehow got their hands on this book. I'm sure those sages would be able to unpack interesting ideas from the text we ordinary people couldn't scarce dream of.
It's normal for there to be bridges outside blizzard-swept mountain villages, and normal for them to get broken, but for a person to cross one by floating through the air, why resort to such a lame plot device?
Is it really a serious detective novel? It sounds like something more out of a comic strip.
I'm starting to get where Frozen's coming from. If you'd gotten all excited about reading a detective novel, but ended up reading a tripe like that instead, better not even think about it.
So where's the book now?
Not sure.
I returned it after I was done reading it. And back then, there weren't many markings inside, as the rumors say there are.
Right then, Detective Paimon's still on the case.
Also, he never told her. I could have predicted this. It's precisely because it's unpredictable that you shouldn't blame yourself. I absolutely love that this book started over nonsense. Ah yes, we are solving a mystery. And the mystery is how many people that we know personally circled pages, circled characters' names on a book without thinking much of it at the time. Okay, random.
Hello. Has reasoning knows not the time of day, but suspense always follows the blizzard been returned yet? There are 2 copies of the book, one that's been marked up and the other hasn't. I'm guessing you're looking for the one with the marks. Oh, you saw right through us. Many others have asked for it too. I apologize, though. It seems it hasn't been returned yet. Please come back again later. Can't you at least tell us who borrowed it? Well, as long as it's overdue, we'll wait patiently for it to be returned. Disclosing borrower's identity without proper reason for doing so would be a violation of professional ethics, so you'll have to forgive me for keeping that information confidential. Got a point. It would be terrible if someone looking to steal a book started harassing whoever had borrowed it. Hey, you don't look as confused as a couple of R&R who've just run into each other head first. Are you looking for something? I can help. That's Nahita's voice. Hi there. Nahita, have you heard of a book called Reasoning? Such a long name, but yes, I know the one you mean. I heard that everyone was looking for it, and it sounded fascinating, so I found a brand new copy to read for myself. Friend, do you mean listen to the copy with all the markings on it? Yes, that's right. I was more interested in the content of the book itself than all the rumors about hidden treasures, so an unmarked copy was all I needed. Speaking of which, it's funny. There's more than one copy of this book, but everyone's looking for the one where the names have been circled. Are they all afraid of spoilers, or do they actually crave them? Oh, then you know that's a copy with the markings right now? I just have happened to see it in the hands of one of your friends. If you're looking for the copy that sparked all the rumors, you should look around near the palace of Alkerzay. We are just running into everyone.
Absolutely everyone. Running into people here, there, and everywhere. Mhm. Alright. Hello, hello. Hello, hello to you. Zip hog. Oh, makes such a sad squeak. Yep, it's story. Oh? Huh? Is that Dory, Sino, and Zethos? Ah, darn you, General Mahamatra. Entrapment isn't gonna work. You can't do that. Hey, what do you mean by entrapment? Sethos. No scholar who studies King Desperate civilization fails to understand the significance of the Temple of Silence. Sethos is none other than heir to this ancient organization and its history of over 1,000 years. After rising in Sumeru City, he did not wish to be too conspicuous, so he chose to live in anonymity, crafting an ordinary identity. With his friendly smile and enthusiasm, this skilled conversationalist became part of the community almost as soon as he arrived. If you run into him in the street by chance, it wouldn't hurt to strike up a conversation. Perhaps you'll share a mysterious desert tale, long lost amidst the sands. You were the one who said you had the book, and I just wanted to read it. And then you agreed to meet me here. Shino setting up, too, is a coincidence. Pure coincidence. You You don't play games with me. I know who you are. You're the new kid, Sethos, right? I know you're a friend of Sino's. Huh, so you do know who I am. I saw Ino was chasing you around and trying to get you to play cards, and how you found an excuse to run off after a couple of rounds right after. Left quite an impression. You didn't have to mention that. No, I think Dory's right around that. You always look for a way out when it comes to playing Invocation. It's becoming quite a problem. Zorwing and Paimon, you've been standing there for quite a while. Oh, if it isn't my dear Zorwing and Paimon, what brings the two of you to the palace of Alcazazari? Might it be that you have business with me, the Lord Sangaman Bey? Of course. Please give me a moment to conclude our business here, and then I'll be with you straight away. Anyway, General Mahamatra, I'm sure you're well aware by the means of which I had someone borrow this book from the House of Dena. We're both completely legal and perfectly reasonable. Seeing as it isn't yet time to return it, you have no right to forcibly seize a book I borrowed. That would only be the case had you not engaged in any irregular activities. Yet just now, a buyer, Sethos, came to the Palace of Valkyries on the basis of a mysterious message to meet a seller, hoping in vain to purchase a detective novel. What do you mean, buyer? He's one of your people. You sent him here to deliberately try to buy it and entrap me. That's not something I can acknowledge. What I can tell you is I've had my eyes on the book for some time. Remember that it is forbidden to transfer or sell books from the House of Dharma without explicit approval from the relevant authorities. I'm not selling anything. Just to be clear, I'm making this the most of an opportunity. If someone pays me a little something on the side, I lend them a mysterious Naro to borrow for a bit. If you don't believe me, just ask any of my curious readers. Yes, that's right. Your readers. Anyway, I was just showing him the book. Is that so? And here I was thinking you really were going to go through with an illegal transaction like this, Sethos. Huh? Wait, you two really aren't together? I was really curious about the book. I finally managed to track it down, but Sino, it's true Doreen never actually said she wanted to sell the book. Yes, so she isn't the mastermind who started all this. The mastermind, hee hee. So by your own account, it looks like you might have jumped the gun a bit, General Mahamatra. I just love how we're running into so many people this year. I'm not handing the book over. You may think you played an A story, but when you opened the book just now, I saw the truth revealed before me. The book's return date is today. That Sino's got sharp eyes. That's right. I do have good vision. You have less than half an hour before the book is overdue. Give it to me, and I will return it. How could I just hand it over to you like that? This is a mysterious, super often mega
amazing paragon of illogical detective novels that is practically a treasure. I'm gonna make a fortune off it. Should you really be admitting that out loud? I didn't say I was going to sell it. It's not like I was being serious. Then how about this? Dory, Sino, why don't you two play a little game with the book as the stakes? That's one way of solving it. How about it, Dory? Do you accept the challenge? If you win, I'll turn a blind eye to the book for the time being. And if you lose, you have to hand it over. Oh, sounds interesting. Very well, I'm in. What's the contest? Are both of you confident in your powers of mental recall? My memory's not bad. Yes. And you've both read the contents of this book, correct? That's right. Huh? So I know you've actually read it. Oh ho ho. Well, needless to say, so have I. In that case, I'll just open the book and flip through a few pages, and you have to tell me how many names have been circled. Best of the three wins. Sound good? That's nuts! What, chickening out? No, it's game on. Let's go. Good. In that case, the first page. 6. 6. Both correct. The second page. I think it was 4. I'd say 4. Both of you are right again. 2 draws, so it all hangs on the next question. Listen up. Oh, page 61. What? That I don't quite remember. 7? I know. The answer is 5. Absolutely correct. The answer is 5. Sign it. Is your memory really that good? I'm not buying it. How did you do that? It's not actually because I have a good memory, but because the circling of the names left a deep impression on me. After I borrowed it, I noticed the names on the first few pages had been selectively circled by different people. Each person's penmanship was different, and moreover, I recognized 3 of the circles had been drawn by Tainari. A few others used the same color of ink as he does, so it was instantly recognizable. You even know that? Yes, I learned of the habit long ago. At that time, I had just been promoted to General Mahamaja. I would go to a secret base when I wanted to get through all the trivial tasks in my tray with minimal disturbances. I'd often find Tanari hidden away on a tree there, doing his homework, noticing all the writing implements he favored wasn't exactly detective work. In all these years, he's never once changed the ink he uses. Back to that book. Anyone who's read it knows that the first name circled is the real murderer. Perhaps Tainari did not want the plot to be spoiled for anyone else, so he circled other names. Annotating and marking a book is not in itself a violation of book borrowing regulations. But why are all the other marks there? Is there some conspiracy behind them? What do they have to do with Tainari? I want to get to the bottom of this, even just for the sake of my friend. And uncovering the secret, you must become part of the conspiracy. So I circled all of the other names that were left in the book. What? To think you'd do such a thing. So there's no treasure at all. It was just you guys all along. That's right. Should you wish to hide a grain of sand buried in the desert, and in that grain of sand, I can catch a glimpse of the truth. So you were drawn to it. Making your plans, yet in a twist of fate, were discovered by me. No matter how vast this world is, you cannot run from the long arm of the law. Oh my god. Wow, you're making a meal out of this, aren't you? You really, really have way too much time on your hands. Okay, I give up. You win. That's enough for the day. It's time for Lord Shengama Bay to return to her room for some repose. Farewell, all. So, do you intend to take this book back to the Temple of Silence? I hear there was a treasure hidden. I heard there was a treasure hidden inside, and thought it might have to do something. Might have to have. I heard there was a treasure hidden inside, and thought it might have something to do with the temple. I never thought it. I'm. Okay. Take 2, Electric Freaking Boogaloo. Also, fun fact, this is the place that
um Kaveh went broke on. He was like, this is gonna be my magnum opus. And also Dor ran out of cash money. And he's just like, you know what, I'll do it for free. Oh, yada yada. Basically, she's worried that they're trying to trick her. Yada, so on and so forth. He's like, nope, it was genuine coincidence. Santa notices us because he's top tier like that. Dory's like, ah, escape. Perfect. Alas, she does not. And there, Sino's like, you're trying to sell a book, it can't be sold. And she's like, nope, I'm allowing people to borrow it on their dime. She's Setha's like genuine. Nope, it's a coincidence. Coincidence. And then Sino's like, the book's due today. And she's like, God damn it. And she's like, well, I want to keep it. So they make a bet how many circles are on each page, how many names of people are circled on each page, and in the end, Sino wins. All because he knows Tainari that well. 6. Second page, 4. And then he just freaking jumps to page 61. And she guesses 7, and he says 5. And 5 is the correct answer. Absolutely wonderful. And he's like, yep, I borrowed it, and then I circled all the rest of the names because I understood what the heck had been going on. Basically what had been going on. Kaveh, while drunk, correct, was circling, annotating the book because names were incorrect because they were based off of historical figures. The one of the names is the name on the first page was like the killer. It's a real killer. And Tainari's just like, oh, better circle some names at random. That'll throw people off so nobody knows who the killer is. Sino figured that out and is just like, you know what? I'm going to help muddy the waters. And then talks to the book started going around and he's like, huh. And he's like, there's treasure behind it, but if not, and then he's like, bro, and I'm like, what do you mean, bro? Are they actually siblings? I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised. And then we're like, can we borrow the book? Can we borrow the book? We've been searching for this for so long. Of course. The book came by, and quickly thumbed through it. They weren't reading very carefully. You can tell that something's not quite right. The plot is widely imaginative, and just as everyone says, though most of the names in the book seem familiar on closer inspection, you realize they aren't actually the names of the historical figures you thought they were at first. Not only that, but every name has been circled. Thinking back to the course of events, you fall silent, and then he explained the full story. How unexpected, but still it does make sense. And it's far better than the existence of an actual conspiracy. Ah, yes. The story of why random names are circled in the book ended up being more interesting than the book itself. How do you know you wrote a bad book? Somebody randomly circled names. Several somebodies randomly circled names of the characters in the book, and that became more interesting than the book itself. I still have other plans. Last time I was at the caravan rivet, I promised I'd meet Dea and Candance for things. As Orwing, could I trouble you to enter in the book for me? Sure, leave it to me. Thanks, friend. Alright. We're off to return one book to the House of Dharma. Also, this place is so freaking vertical that choosing a horizontal teleport marker is actually better. then choosing a vertical one. For a moment, I emotionally died. I was like, don't be crashing on me again. It's not.
Well, we're finally back. Now let's return this book.
You really found the book? Amazing. I've been waiting here for it to be returned so I could see it as soon as possible. Count the entire tale to Kave's eager ears. Ah, seriously? How is it even possible? I circled the actual murderer?
Paimon's pretty surprised by this whole thing, too.
Let's just take care of the book problem first. Although this book, it's probably all my fault for using permanent ink to mark a page, since that caused a whole mess of other things to happen. Now it's all marked up like this, and there's even a risk of those marks spoiling the story, so I'd like to buy it. This whole issue should be avoided if the Academia uses the money to buy a new copy. Would you please consider my proposal?
Mr. Cave, your idea has merit, since it is indeed a good way to resolve this situation. I'll confirm the book's price now, and then you can pay over there.
That's great. Thank you so much. Shortly afterwards, Kavi accompanies the Academy staff to register the purchase of the book and pays the full amount. The staff member carefully wraps up the thoroughly marked up old book and gives it to him. What a blunder. Regardless, thank you so much for all your help.
It was nothing. You're just kind of along for the ride. Still, Cave, it'd be better if you use something more erasable to make notes in the future.
I understand. I'll let myself subconsciously collect typewriting. Types, type typesetting errors ever again. No, I mean, I'll never borrow a book with such a long name, at least for a while. Well, wasn't that a ham and a half? Ah, Al-Haytham, you're here. I was looking everywhere for you. What is it? Aha, guess what I've got in this little bag here? If I had to guess, a young man's tears of regret. Oh, what would you know? It's reasoning knows not the time of day, but suspense always follows a blizzard. You actually bothered to memorize a ridiculous and boring name like that. That's just because when I was filling out the paperwork to buy it back at the Academy's office, I had to write it down over and over. And it looks like this book has a new owner. Only because I subconsciously marked up the book with ink. Did you know that Tainari, Dea, and Sino all circled names in the book? And it started... and it all started because the name I circled was the real killer? Ah, to be perfectly honest, the moment I first saw the murderer's name circled, I knew this would happen. Wait a second, how come you read the book too? I had the pleasure of reading it in the House of Dharma. The logic is the mess. It's just poorly written. And you left the book out in the study. So you knew I circled the killer? Then did you circle any of the names in the book? What do you think? So you did! The second one is mine. Why? The best way to avoid spoilers is to add a red herring. Then why just one? Tainari circled 3. I already significantly reduced the probability of the murderer's identity being spoiled for the next reader. That's more than enough. No one needed to worry about things that are beyond saving. And just why isn't it necessary? Using permanent ink to circle a name on the first page, that's obviously beyond saving. What kind of logic is that? I bet you just drew your circle for fun. If I must say so, then it's because circling the names is far more interesting than the book itself. Fair point. In the end, I only have myself to blame for using up all my pencils. I need to go buy some more. Congratulations! This is a one-of-a-kind, out-of-print book, personally penned by the hands of so many. It is now yours. Do you think I look happy about it? I don't even want it.
If it was Paimon, she wouldn't want it either.
It's a no from me, too. A book that's so dreadfully boring that nobody wants it.
Hey,
Oh, so there is a limit.
everyone hold hands. Everyone hold hands.
That's close enough.
What? Too late for regret. I see everything.
No more tricks up your sleeve.
Dare to mess with me?
Looks like I...
Shazam!
I'll be back.
Hey!
Need to hurry up.
My guiding stars.
Okay. That was a ham and a half of a story. Now, back to Simulacra. I'm mostly certain that these quests aren't actual quests. Mostly, not actually. So, fingers crossed. Hello. You, my brave warrior, step up to the plate. Are you here to play Boreal Flurry? Come right on this way. I'm looking forward to witness your unmatched powers of flight. I haven't said anything yet. One needn't keep cool to fly, dear guest, not at all. A cool head will merely dull your sense of the wind. Only one who faces the wind will, and utterly unparalleled, really uncover their true potential. Flying squirrels nowadays are far too timid. They've utterly forgotten the lessons taught by the brave northerly wind. They stand in safe spots and claiming the courage of leaves that dance in the wind, yet are far too frightened to leap into its embrace themselves. How can we protect the kingdom alongside Her Highness if things keep going this way? Ludicrous. Ludicrous, I say. Yeah, this flying squirrel is really into jet type. Looks like he really loves flying. And that's why I found myself a passage with especially intense wind currents, and set up all sorts of devices inside it. Only the bravest, boldest, and most piligos in flight shall best its course. Do you ever can challenge your guess? I'll have a go at it. So follow me. The passage is not far from here. And we've unlocked Stirred Against the Storm. We barely... that runaround took us an hour. What? Let's go to the challenge.
Everyone hold hands. Too late for regret. The night is cold. Yeah. You're more in mine.
You didn't drop anything.
I'll take it all.
I hate how she said that. I get that it's part of her thing, but I hate how it's taken that. Where if I can go now, yeah. The what? The Boreal Flurry. I'm tired. I mean, it's like almost 2 in the morning, so it makes sense, but still. The Boreal Flurry game mode. You'll have to move and shoot various targets to score points. Locked on targets will be marked out, and if you crash directly into targets, a certain amount of points will be deducted. Shooting will consume energy, and energy recovers gradually, so take care to control your shots. In this game mode, you can use two different buttons to use two different firing methods. Speedy shots, when held, can fire consistently. Charge shots, after charging by holding for some time, release to unleash. Fortified floater targets can only be destroyed by these shots. Are those fortified floaters? Slime Supreme targets can take many hits and they will change after each time they're hit. Change? Making them difficult foes indeed. Use speedy shots to deal with them efficiently. Oh, just like that. Hear you. You can hold down for quite a long while. It recharges super fast. Well, top 10 things I was not expecting to instantly take off and fly. Let's see. I think I do want to fly, honestly, man. Yeah, sure, it's like I have any character, but this is what she used to do. Once upon a time. And this was her thing. So many giant cards. Also, even though the flying is essentially on rails, it's so much smoother than this. Explosive targets might appear alongside streaming currents and they will detonate when hit. They can be quickly destroy targets. Shot enhancements may appear along the stream currents. When you pick them up, you increase the rate of fire for speedy shots and it will not consume energy. No! Mother truckers. Little rat bastards. Someone was having fun. Other trucker. I feel like I aim better when I'm going slow. I missed two. I still didn't get them all. One more quick fly around. Wait, what's this? Oh, right. Back Wi-Fi. Weird. Hey, that's a problem for tomorrow. Tomorrow. There. In this case, not much of tomorrow. That's a problem for later. It's a bit hard to tell where exactly. They are very generous with that shop placement. I will say this hands down is like my favorite area. It's very generous with that shop placement. I mean, all gold, so I can live with it. Someone's singing. Way too hard.
I'll keep this close. Hip. Hip.
Is he like pranking me? You still good, dude? He's still good. Oh, fish.
Oz, though I customarily refer to you as my familiar, in truth, I have always seen you as...
Say no more, mein Fräulein. I, Osvaldo Hrafnavines, hereby pledge to always stay by your side.
Quite rightly so. The Prinzessin should expect no less from her most favored Nachtraben.
I couldn't agree more, mein Fräulein.
These two are precious. Alrighty. Back to Mosaic of Memories. I suppose. What? No.
What's the hurry?
Flying hats. Now, time to give it a try. I like Glimmer, Godly Gathering, Puzzling. I love how the hat moves. Let's start with a light glimmer. Flying hats can attract up to one toy figure once. Continue time to build up your combo. Plus 60, plus 30, minus 50. Your combo, the more points you'll get each time you attract the toy figure, attracting explosive barrels. Or failing to attract any toy figures will zero out your combo. Attracting explosive barrels will also deduct points from your score. Glimmer moon, yada yada. Explosive barrel combo clear, you'll do. Yes. Okay, so if I miss... They stopped walking. I'm rushing, I know this. Mother trucker. Okay, the goal is 2k points. I got over 2k points. I can live with that. Hmm. 15 attempts. TV's them all up, the challenge will end. Yeah, up to 4 at once. The more identically dressed, the higher the bonus points. And then suppose explosions are bad. Excuse you, I object. That. Ah. I'm basically a UFO. Oh my god. I took a risk and a gamble I wasn't prepared for. No! Yeah, it's fine. Not 3K. It's pretty good. Like identity, every stage will have 4 rounds in total. When each begins, the clothes of the toy figures will be briefly displayed before they and the items will be covered by gift boxes. After you've retracted all the toy figures in each round, you'll gain a certain amount of bonus points. Extra bonus points for each gift box that is present. For each gift box, if you knock only the object. What? Okay. So extra points for leaving gift boxes. Remember the placement of toy. Oh, the placement of toy figures. So if you just go around eating them all. Okay. Come on. Oh boy. And was it? It was you, Mother Trucker. Okay, this one should be easy to remember. It's V, the evil V. And I only got 1 explosion that whole time. Really? Okay. Still not this. Interesting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ow. Okay. That was a sneeze. Lots of loose miracles, Darwin and Paimon. My colleagues have raised new names. Indeed, some conferred your family for now in charge of training the guards. I would have liked to spar with you. You're a guard yourself, then? In sooth, I am. My orders are lead to defend Constellation Mirapo and keep the peace. In my work specifically is strange guards that their skill may prove worthy of their duties. Cannot indeed leads to the domain we just finished remodeling. These grounds, training must swing their blade to a specific rhythm, and the arena's lights will constantly change at the battle. Sounds like pretty rigorous training. Sounds complicated, more like. Do you have to follow that specific rhythm while fighting as well? As a part of the rhythm is actually diverged from a stick titled The Owl Musician as a public amongst guards some time back. Many enjoyed it to the point where they'd get to take part in training, and their daily patrols were delayed. But I had a thought, since everyone liked it so much, adding elements of the story into our training would make it more enjoyable. It had a visible effect on Jane. If nothing else, there had been no further delays in patrols due to personal reasons. I would have thought. Would the two of you be interested in said training? The challenges within should be a piece of cake for those with valor such as yours. I'd love to give it a try. Courage. Excellent. Please step into the domain. In Metropolitan trials, you'll have to perform You'll have to form 2 teams to complete 2-stage combat for each different character. There isn't a power. You gain 1 valor. Valor is jointly contributed by both parties, and your valor is greater than or equal to 6. The combat buffs gained by entering in time for valor are greatly enhanced. Next point, power starts. Let's see. Defeating opponents during a time for valor will not continue. Defeating opponents during a time for valor will not continue to fill the battle bar. Okay.
Come on, let's get moving.
Kaya, I will yeet you. I'm like, it's been a long while since I heard Kaya be like, come on, let's get moving. Instant just desire. I'm a little dead inside at seeing that. Because this last one is exactly this. Mother trucker. I just copy paste and no one will know. I know. It literally has the 1, 4, and 10 party setup. Only, here's the difference between this one and the other one. This one, only 2 teams. Only 2. The other one, you can use all the way up to 3. 3 whole teams. No. No. No, I'd rather set things on fire. Yeah, this should be fine. Click and drag to adjust the order. I'll pass. Okay, this one's a less fancy version.
Rest and revamp! Illusion shattered! A festival freeze!
The wind knows me. Ka! As one with wind and cloud.
Shine down!
Into the wind.
Here come the fireworks!
Clouds high. The birds call. The wind knows me.
Allow me! Fire hazard! Bishop down!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. One with nature. Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud.
Here come the fireworks!
Illusion shattered. The wind knows me.
Allow me.
Into the wind.
Goldfish up down!
Clouds high. The birds call.
Hold the line! A festive retreat!
As one with wind and cloud. One with nature. There is no escape.
Alright. Went a bit focus mode, but nothing wrong with that.
Blaze over! Da-da-da! Jumpy dumpy go! With sword comes shadow. Speed of light.
Oni coming through! Attaboy!
Boing, boing, boom! Cut to the chase. Don't blink. Huh?
Let's roll!
All hail. No touching.
Attaboy!
La la la. With sword comes shadow. Incoming. Blaze over.
It's showtime! Let's roll! Ha! Ha! Cha! Ha! Ha! Bam! Ha! Ha!
This is long overdue. Nowhere to hide. Don't blink. Huh? Incoming.
Attaboy!
Dumpy dumpy duck.
Who wants some of this? Tja. Ha! Bam!
Oof. Missed out on 5, which isn't a little, but it isn't a lot. Normal charge and only the increased damage and the costs are decreased. Awesome. Second, first, same as the first. Maybe not you. Yeah, how about you? And I'll do it with you instead. It'll be longer electro. Yes.
Allow me.
Illusion shattered.
Goldfish up down.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. Into the wind. Ka!
The fuse is lit.
Shine down. Tja.
Time for a light show. Hold line. A festive reprise.
Clouds high. The birds call. The wind knows me. Illusion shattered.
Go Bishop down.
Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud.
Rest and rebuild.
The wind knows me.
Here come the fireworks.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. Into the wind. Shine down.
Allow me. The fuse is lit. Go Bishop down.
Oof. I felt more like an oof.
Right now. All hail.
Kamisato Aki. Suiyu. It's showtime! Let's roll! Ha! Ha! Attaboy!
Emerge. Right here. Access denied.
The depths beckon.
Glaze over. Emerge. Right here.
Oni coming through! Let's roll! Bam!
Right now. Emerge.
Mind the deluge.
All hail.
Who wants some of this?
Right now. Right here. This is long overdue.
Kamisato Aki. Suiyu.
Emerge. Right here. Emerge.
It's showtime! Ha! 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 Kya! Ha!
Okay. I've never been the best fighter. I've never been the most optimized. Silver has always been the best that I could do. I'm not even joking in the slightest. Element. Third verse, same as the second. Which is just like the first because it's not like it was worst. Yep. Yep. These are that's my team. That's the teams I've been.
Rest and rebuild.
Illusion shattered.
A festive reprise.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. The wind knows me.
Time for a light show. Here come the fireworks.
There is no escape. Clouds high. The birds call. Into the wind.
Oh my god.
Shine down. One with nature.
A festive reprise.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night! There is no escape!
Where the hell are you going, you little bastard?
Fuse is lit!
Just kept backing up and backing up like a rat.
The wind knows me.
Here come the fireworks!
One with nature. As one with wind and cloud.
Oh, up, up, up.
Illusion shattered. Ha! Inazuma shines eternal. Ha!
There we go.
Into the wind.
Rest and revamp, a festive reprise!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Shine down. Torn to oblivion. Ha!
Nope. Well, I have no idea how many points I got.
Right here.
Okay.
For Rex Lapis!
The depths beckon. Who wants some of this? Let's roll! Ha! 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 Cha! Ka! Cha! Ha! Ka! Ha! Bam!
This is long overdue. Born of ice and...
Cascade. Mind the deluge.
Emerge.
It's showtime! Attaboy! Testing my patience. Bam!
All hail!
The depths beckon.
Right here. Emerge.
Let's roll! Oni coming through! Ka! Ha! Ha! Ka! Ka! Ha! Attaboy!
Right now. Right here. No touching. For Rex Lapis!
Kamisato Arc. Suiyu! Who wants some of this? Let's roll! Ha! Bam!
Right now. Emerge.
Mind the deluge.
This is long overdue.
It's showtime! Attaboy!
Okay. 3,200. Still not as good as the first one I did. Was Clay just that much better, or am I just getting worse? You know, I haven't even been paying attention to this initial loadout. Because for those last two, I would have switched the teams. I would have switched the team order. I would have put this team up here and this team down here. But for this one, I very much do like this team order.
Hold the line!
Illusion shattered.
Go Bishop down!
As one with wind and cloud. One with nature. Share.
Time for a light show! Ha! Ha! Ha!
Into the wind.
Rest and rebuild! A festive reprise!
Clouds high. The birds call. One with nature. Share.
Ha! 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 Ha!
Shine down. The wind knows me.
Hold the line! Here comes the
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
There is no escape! Fire hazard! Allow me!
Illusion shattered! One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call.
A festive reprise! Time for a light show!
Shine down!
Rest and rebuild! Good bishop down!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night! The wind knows me. Illusion shattered! One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call.
Okay. Was that the last one? I was gonna be so happy.
Right here.
coming was
Emerge.
Let's roll!
For Rex Lapis!
Kamisato Aqua. Suiyu! Oni coming through!
For the eternal oasis! Care for a dance? It's with me. The show!
Ah!
Right here.
Target practice.
Embrace the storm! Born of ice and frost.
Mind the deluge.
Blaze over. Emerge. Right now.
Cha! Who wants some of this? Ha! Ha! Cha! Bam! Ha!
Right here. Emerge. All hail.
The depths beckon. Let's roll!
Coming was foretold.
Right now. Right here.
For the eternal.
Cascade.
Right now.
Kamisato Aqua. Suiyu!
Access denied. This is
with
long
me.
overdue.
Oni coming through! Bam!
Be a good audience. Fine. Some target practice. Your wings embrace a storm!
Attaboy!
Emerge. Right now. Right here.
God damn it. Oh my god. I just popped off on that one. Anywho, I've never been one for fighting challenges. I'll do them. It's like you won't hear me much complaining, but also my general response to them is meh. Also, when I say that I'm completely average, silver across the board. I'm not awful, I'm not great, I'm just eh. Also, little quest. To be fair though, goodness gracious, we did in the last episode of Genshin, we did accidentally do a thing. A little world quest. Anyway, I would love to. I'm sure this teleport waymark's close enough. Close enough, close. Or perhaps my purse. Where the hell am I trying to go? Right over here. God damn, there's no teleport marker over there. Joy. Either way, My complete and utter inability to read a map strikes again.
Pie fabrications.
Oh. Okay. Replicas remaining 24. I only got one duplicate. There they go. It's like wishing. Okay, we got another llama. I'm pretty sure the frog's new. 19. Oof, only got one that time. I have 355. It all depends on luck and I. 9. Remaining 9. Oh. Ooh, I know that one's new. You have one more 5 to this one. Did I click on 1? Okay. I can't just leave it. The 300, that doesn't feel like a lot. Oh. Am I going one by one or am I doing them in batches of 5? Applications remaining 1. I'm doing them one by one. No fabrications remaining. pretty sure it's this one. I'm like, my brain is like.
How fortunate.
I mean, yeah, that'd go down by 25. I'm low-key dying that I'm only getting one sparkly shiny. I got 3 of the same. I got 2 sparkly shinies. Ooh. I wish. How do I know if I got them all? This is me genuinely asking. How do I know if I got them all? Detective. Another detective. Anywho, I didn't use 100 to get all those. One gay rubber.
I didn't know you were slacker.
Yeah. I finished the battle pass with 2 weeks to spare. Don't patronize me, game. Genuinely, though, how do I know if I've gotten them all?
Catch the wind.
Right there. shiny. Oh, I got 2 this time. Oh, that's the dragon scale. I was like, what? Random spike. Only 1 this time, that's okay. Another dragon spike. One. And it was a miner dude. A miner guy. 2. Now, a shield and sword. Basically metaphorically, of course. But all the same. 1 this time. Another shield. And 1. Am I running out? There's this replication is remaining 4 and I have. I've run out. Freaking kidding me? You're killing me. Very slowly, but you're killing me, game. Is there really no other way? I literally just need 3 more, which are those 5. God. Oh, damn it all. I need a hole in the ground. But I've got all of these. I've got all of those. I got all of those. I got all of those. I got all. Thankfully, I got all the shiny titanium mines. I'm missing a hole in the ground. Set request. That's all I require. A hole in the ground. Only figurines on display. I have no idea. Do I have? If I have wiggle room. If I see that I have multiple, I can offer. I can offer that one. Give it to me. I can also offer. Yeah, because now I'm down. Then the little blue squirrely squirrel. I can offer you squirrely squirrel. What about the little one balancing one on its head? Yes, I can offer that. I'm literally missing just one thing. God damn it. And I know I'm missing 3 things. Well, 2 things. Oh, this has leaves. This one has these books. And this one has the mine carts. That's actually really adorable. Still have 3 days. So in theory, somebody could gift me a hoe. That wouldn't solve the fabrication problem. I absolutely love how there's a moon in the sky. We took the lighthouse and we took the light from the lighthouse and put it in the sky. That was the whole thing that we did the other day. And you know, it was fun. Oh, got a couple of quests. We did that one, so let's work in reverse. I'll still be thinking about the fighting and trying to think of how to.
So, are you all set? Ready to start investigating?
I do suppose so. All good.
Great! Then let's go!
Funny, because she's like, oh yes, go ahead without me.
I've delivered packages all over, but I've never seen a mysterious fairy tale world like this before. Looks like nobody has gotten around to repairing this house yet. Ugh, even I wouldn't dare to sleep in there. It might suddenly collapse in on you. Nothing to see here either. Maybe we can find someone to ask? Aha! Over there! I bet we'll find some people there. Let's go take a look. Uh-huh. I was sure there'd be people here.
There once was a goddess who ruled over fate. Before she died, she left 3 riddles for the kingdom she had created.
What? Who said that?
Long story short, on this day, a sentient feline, an outlander, and a diminutive pixie arrived on the scene. They saw a narrow path off to the side.
Okay, but which side? Yeah, if you gave ambiguous instructions like that to a Comania Express courier, they'd give you the parcel right back and tell you to write the delivery address more clearly.
Despite how obvious the answer was, the perplexed pixie and the flummoxed feline struggled to work it out. Although, perhaps a small part of the blame could be attributed to my dull narration. All right, let's try this again. The path on the left-hand side seemed to give off an enticing fragrance, as if to say, this is the way to wealth and glory.
Ooh, that sounds like the start of a good story. Then what? Then what?
At the end of the path, the motley crew would soon spot a secret stone room. A prophecy had once foretold of a marquis who shall one day venture inside, and thus it is named the Future Marquis's Abode to Be. You like it? The Future Marquis's Abode to Be? Got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
That was a little bit boastful.
But before you continue, I must warn you of the danger that lies ahead. For example, under no circumstances should you sit on the chair in the center. Otherwise, the consequences could be a bit embarrassing.
What's the hurry? Ha! So many summers, winters, springs, and falls, and now at last a hero hither strides.
This realm knows not what lies beyond its walls. Its secrets mystify the world outside.
Oh,
Wait, new voices. Who are they?
In the name of the elders of the tribe, we hereby form this pact
As golden sunlight fills the firmament, the tabletop engrosses your attent. Perchance peruse these pages thence. They surely represent no ill intent.
Now, dumb down. That from this day forth, our people shall harm one another no more.
Files on the desk. Hey, Bobarano, maybe quit showing off and try using words she'll actually understand.
I can either rhyme like a bard, or I can curse like a sailor. And right now, Cape, you are seriously tempting me towards the latter.
No more shall we drip glue into each other's breakfast, nor strike each
Cape,
other's head with
Forgive me
pickaxes.
for breaking the rhyme scheme for a second, but I want to hear your take on this. So, any outsider who comes in here would surely see the documents on the table, right? Unless she was visually impaired. And unless she's got tinnitus or something, she'd definitely have heard what we were saying. All I'm trying to say is, if this poor person can't see or hear properly, I just feel kind of sorry for them.
Oh, we hear you loud and clear, so watch it.
Yes, and I am reading it, as you can see. Or do I need to exit and read again?
Captivated by the epic poetry and enthralled by the outstanding storytelling, the Outlanders knew what their next objective was. Namely,
Stop the poem. We have a situation. Something's up with this person.
Traveler? Are you alright?
Turns out, there's glue. Try and stand up, but the glue is holding you firmly in place.
Come on, you can do it! This can't be how our story ends.
You managed to partially unstuck yourself. The issue isn't that you can't break free, it's more that you don't want to tear your clothes in the process. They mean a lot to you.
Can I give you a hand or a tail, even?
You're trying to free yourself and stand up, clothes intact.
Cape, I just realized you said we all had to speak like bards, but every time you open up your mouth, I don't hear any rhymes.
Yeah, I noticed that too. It's one standard for us and another for you. That's not fair, Cape.
Oh, for the love of everything.
with wood and earthenware strewn all around, the demon feline's fury can't be quelled, reducing them to rubble on the ground.
No, you don't. I wrote that line. Don't.
As the Outlander stands before the clockwork key, they're overcome by a sudden urge to set it free. Strong as stone, firm as steel, the Outlander pulls, but it does not yield.
This has happened many times before, but this time is different. A thought enters the Outlander's mind. Attack! Attack! First weaken the structure, then seize the treasure!
Perhaps the Outlanders are worried that something drastic will happen the moment they remove it. Maybe that's why they're investigating the area thoroughly first. Can't fault them for that. I'm wondering if we can... The Outlander takes a moment to wipe the sweat from their hands, then braces themselves as they grasp their sword. Only now are they ready.
The attack now over! Only one final step remains.
Now it is the time to seize the key.
But alas, As was the case for all those who had come before, the key still did not move an inch. Wait, what? They got it out?
Yes! Finally! Come on, move your butts and your legs, assuming they're still in working order. It's showtime!
No hard feelings about your lack of poetic contributions?
Oh, let it go!
Little bastards.
Welcome, esteemed and noble Outlander. Allow us to introduce ourselves.
We represent the 3 great clans of this realm, having been selected as its authorized historical supervisors.
Our purpose being to
Blue.
await the arrival of one such as yourselves who shall remove the clockwork key.
Yellow.
My name is...
And red.
You're Cape, he's Albizzi, and that's Bobarano, right? You've done so much talking that we can already tell you apart by your voices.
Aren't we missing someone, though? The guy who led us here to begin with?
Who?
And thus was born the long-awaited fellowship, destined to uncover the truth of the past. Allow me to quote, if I may, in the history of Constellation Metropole, a new page has begun.
Him.
Well, there's no fourth person, so which of you is the ventriloquist? Come on, out with it.
We've never heard that voice before, but he sounds like he'd be good at reading bedtime stories to children.
Well, whoever it is, I don't know and I don't care. Forget about him. We have far more important things to focus on. Like,
That key you hold is the pivot point about which the past and present of the Metropole revolve. However, between our 3 clans, there is some dispute over the historical record.
Oh?
Each clan has its own version of history, detailing the clan's origins and the tale of the dragon of old, and unfortunately, we don't know which one is the truth.
Usually bits and pieces.
Dragon? You mean the one that's been acting up recently?
Oh, no, not that one, you adorable little pixie. When I say dragon of old,
he means a dragon that would be really, really old if it was still with us today, but it was defeated in ancient times. The new one has nothing to do with our clan history.
Bruh.
Was that supposed to be a joke? Anyway, so you've been waiting for someone to remove the key so you can finally explore the truth of the past?
not just explore it, but argue incessantly about it. Honestly, I don't care that much. Cape's the one who's always bothering us about it.
What we need to figure out is who resolved the dragon crisis. We have to know that before we can decide which is the supreme clan.
The moment you removed the key from where it was lodged, you became the honorary Marquis. We humbly beseech you, noble Outlander.
All the answering.
Noble Traveler Marquis, we ask you to help us. You and your talking Puss in Boots and the pale floating pixie.
Puss in Boots? Are you serious? It's better than demon feline, but still.
Embrace it, my friend, embrace it. Most cats don't wear boots or speak, do they?
I'm not even a cat, I'm a Nekomata. Now that you know the word, I expect you to use it.
Please allow me to lead you all to a sacred memorial site. It will be much easier to explain what needs to be done once we are there.
Nekomata in boots. Kepe leads the party to the so-called sacred memorial site.
This place is sacred to my clan. It's where our brave forefathers once took up arms against the dragon of old. After a bitter battle that dragged on for many days and nights, finally, our forefathers fought the dragon into submission, and it fled. They took turns, though. Some forefathers worked the day shift, while others worked the night shift.
So they worked shifts while the poor dragon had to work around the clock.
So they say. It's just a legend, though.
Wait a second? Did I just hear you admit that your clan's history is just a legend?
History, legend, who cares? My clan was definitely courageous, that's the point. That's the truth. And isn't the truth what we've all been arguing about non-stop for all these years?
Cape's words gave the traveler food for thought. Could it be that the truth in a fictional world is equivalent to fiction in the real world? But that would have to wait. Apparently, Capet was not alone in his pilgrimage to this sacred site. Unwanted company had arrived. The traveller and the talking cat, Nekomata, decided to teach them some manners.
Our local Nekomata in boots.
Go, go, Baron Bunny! Blitz.
A true display of heroism and valor. It was as if the spirits of my ancestors were fighting through you.
Here's a thought. Could be wrong, but maybe the Traveler Marquis is a lot more powerful than your ancestors.
Well, technically, by saying that, aren't you implicitly acknowledging that my clan's history is, in fact, true?
Cool it! Dodge this!
Your martial prowess and show of courage are a more vivid reenactment of my ancestors' feats that suit the modern aesthetic. Now, let's get down to business. As we all
Hate
know,
how he said that.
time is but an illusion. Time may flow line by line, page by page, or frame by frame, but usually it flows in the form of springs and gears.
And that clockwork key you have in your hand can turn back time and make the past reappear.
Well, actually, my view is that the illusion of time is more of a problem of consciousness. Gears power the body, while the body is the vessel of the conscious mind. But the mind cannot understand the dimension of time, so we experience instead an endless continuum of moments as the pinion of now turns along the rack of ages.
I'm getting flashbacks to when I was delivering packages to the Sumeru Academia.
A teacher
Okay.
once asked Albizzi what his greatest fear was, and he replied, dragons. Boberano was asked the same question. He replied, time, and repeated the argument we just heard. The teacher then turned to Capet and posed the same question. He replied, Boberano.
The manuscript that tells the truth of the historical record, the blueprint to all of creation, the work of the great mage themselves. It can be found at the beginning of the Girac, and on the very first page of the book.
Paimon didn't follow all that, but basically, you're just saying that we need to put the key in and turn it all the way back?
Exactly. It is said that in the beginning, the goddess of creation took the goddess of fate's manuscript as a blueprint, placed it under the goddess of prophecy's starry realm, and generated the world from a few magic arrays. So in a few moments, when the great clockwork key turns the local time here back to the very beginning, we will restore the magic arrays back to their original configurations.
Hold on, isn't stealing part of the blueprint of creation a little dangerous? Also, how are we supposed to know the original configurations of the magic arrays?
Well, the general shapes of the configurations have been passed down over the ages. They now form the family crests of each of our clans. So you'll just need to reference my family crest and join the dots accordingly.
Z with a tail.
To address your other concern, when the house has already been built, do you really think that taking away the construction crew and blueprint will cause it to collapse?
The Traveller Marquis prepares to insert the great clockwork key into the nearby keyhole.
I guess we should start here?
I'll keep this.
Behold, the sacred writings that record the truth of... No, wait. That have shaped the truth of history. Gather round and let us bear witness.
Brave Princess mounted the haystack, picked up forest, and planted it. Time didn't sound upon the mountain of grass behind him was a large white moon. He shouted. So the chief was first to be named, and so frightened was he that he wished to climb it. And stop. Are you crazy? You're yelling so loud the dragon might show up. Be good for nothing. The foot has been destroyed by the dragon. Here you are. Warning, if it will return. Well, the haystack that he held back, the chief too was worried about the village safety. Villages, otherwise they could start to your neighbors again. You can hear this? No, of course not. We cannot do anything about the dragon. Said the Russian voice. Says so. Do not be insect. The wind blade stopped stepping on it twice and did not fall down and flee. Perhaps everyone worked so hard that the bellows destroyed everyone's emotions became inflamed. Lifting their fists, they decided to stop something the dragon. Oh, take down the dragon. Let's go home for today, everyone. Everyone's present. Lack of vision is not bravery, but rather wrath. If we said yet desire to face danger after calming ourselves, only then may we truthfully call our sentiment valor. On the next day, there were still many youngsters who wished to follow Francis to take on the wicked dragon. Who would have known the valiant possession of the goddess of radiant turn, the true valor, the dragon would neither spout fire nor slash claws, was forced to allow the other party to call pauses and swish person along. So after several days and nights of fierce fighting, the dragon could no longer bear it and chose to surrender.
Feast your eyes, rejoice, and cheer, for this is the unquestionable truth. Look at the signature. Nobody is capable of forging that.
I don't believe it. So, all along, our histories have been false?
Don't lose heart, Albizzi. It does not follow from his is true that ours are false.
That might be the most bogus logic I've ever heard. But keep up the mental gymnastics, Boberano. I've been waiting for that look of jealousy on your face my whole life, and I'm gonna savor it.
And yet, it seems
His
that
voice
this
is, Red's voice is
conundrum
familiar.
could indeed have more than one solution. Everyone agreed that there may be more than one truth. The party decided to visit the sacred sites of the other clans and see what their documents had to say.
Isn't a narrator supposed to remain detached and objective? It feels like you're forcing a narrative agenda on us here. Well, whatever. I'm in a good mood. Let's do it. The instructions say to repeat the process 3 times, and besides, I'm looking forward to watching you both be sorely disappointed.
Let's do my clan next. I'll lead the way.
We'll need the key again, right? Let me see if I can pull it out. Yoink!
Come a little closer.
Freeze!
I'll keep this close.
Oh. Interesting. If you're not a cat, curiosity won't kill you. Sure. I very much wonder what's poofing into existence. Don't move muscle. For a moment, I completely zoned out. That little fella is so scared. Is he just, like, in general, petrified? Wait, are you gonna move, little dude? You can't win if you just stand there being terrified. Oh, this one was caught moving after he turned around. Wait, no. I genuinely don't understand.
Is this an answer from this world?
Awesome sauce. Oh, that was familiar.
The party finds no pedestal in which to place the great clockwork key, only a locked door.
Where's your clan's pedestal? Oh, let me guess, you hid it away in advance to save yourself the embarrassment of having it exposed as a fake?
You done? Okay. Now, since my clan's main claim to fame is...
Misinformation, half-truths, and fabrication.
Ah, shut up, Cape.
Shut up, Cape.
I swear, if I wind up dead one day, the murderer was Bobarano. Let those be my last words.
My clan's claim to fame is that we outwitted the dragon of old and stole its treasure. Ergo, all articles of value that we own, including the pedestal for the clockwork key, lie behind that door.
So, next step is open the door?
Almost. There's one step before that. The door is protected by a smart interrogation system. We have to answer its questions, and if we get them wrong, we will alert law enforcement.
Jeez. Well, do you at least know the answers?
The correction fluid of time has dyed white the pages of the Book of Wisdom. No, I don't know the answers. But worry not. I had a quick word with the constabulary in advance. They'll ignore the alarm if we get the questions wrong, so answer without fear.
There's no response from the door. Nothing unusual about it.
Question 1. Who is it?
Zorwing Marquise and her routine.
The great yokai, Nekomata in boots.
And the trusty travel guide, Pixie! Travel guide! Trusty travel guide!
Question 2. By which virtue did the ancients defeat the dragon?
Courage and strength?
No, don't say that. Even though the writings you saw do prove that bravery has its uses.
You do realize we can hear everything you're saying, right?
If you say it out loud, you'll only set those three off arguing again. Thinking it is fine, but please promise me you won't say it.
Question 2. By which virtue did the ancients defeat the dragon?
To be completely honest, hard work is a bit of an alien concept to us here in the Constellation Metropole. We have hardware and we have clockwork, but not hard work.
Question 2. By which virtue did the ancients defeat the dragon?
If this is the right answer, I swear,
Correct!
What? A barefaced lie. So low.
Question 3. Which is more real? The fiction of the outside world, or the truth of this world?
Perhaps both are equally real.
Hear, hear! Who can be sure that the outside world isn't just a dream? And that when the dreamer wakes up, they won't just find themselves inside a novel? There is no way to know, therefore both are equally real.
All correct. You may have the key pedestal.
Traveler Marquis, you know what must be done. Please insert the great clockwork key. Oh, and this is my family crest.
It's basically a key. Around and round.
Do we really need this one?
Okay, so I don't need that one. Which means I know how to do this.
A reward on the...
Now, let me see what...
What elaborate fiction the Clan of Wisdom was able to conjure up.
If anyone's listening, I would like to submit these as my last words. I surrender. I'm the one who murdered Tappe.
Okay, these little bastards are growing on me. Wise Antonio in the basement of the crumbling house began reading the ancient book he had found. His oil lamp shook from time to time as the swaying structures above ground collapsed. The village was beyond symbolically raised by the dragon, and he had been chosen by the dragon, for had he not returned home, and he had been chosen by the dragon, for he had not returned home. Tony did not care, only wished to study the book the old lady had given him on the bridge he passed today. The book was titled Radiant Charter, and within was recorded all the rules that every being in the simulacra must follow. It was written in the language of the world's creation. At the very start, if Antonio was not possessed of extraordinary wisdom and deciphered this primordial text, there would have been no study to be had. The book recorded no solutions as to resolving the difficulty that the constellation satellite precisely faced, nor did it contain any hexes that could aid Antonio. But he knew repairing his own home. But he knew that wisdom was the mightiest thing in the world. The morning light shone through the ruins of his home, and the neighboring blacksmith and chubby chef took great pains to get rid of the house's wreckage, which blocked the basement's hatch. And with dark circles about his eyes, Antonio said to the chubby chef, "I shall defeat the dragon. I will return soon. Are you sure you're all right? You don't look like you got any sleep. Just smoke from the oil lamp. Don't worry about it." The dragon sat atop a mountain of treasures, gazing down at an insignificant little Antonio walking closer. Flames gathered in its throat, preparing to burn the area 1 centimeter before him. All better to scare this puny, foolish creature away. Halt, I'm qualified second-class mister. The radiant character states that I should refuse a duel. You cannot use force. The restoration did indeed exist, and so the way dragons follow this flame's hole. Ah, how dreaded going tomorrow. Antonio, for his part, had not expected that the second-class rust-clearing master qualification exam he had taken on the Lark would come in useful. And since I am a second-class mister, I propose a duel of riddles. You cannot refuse. Now, Simulacra had just such a law, mainly for the benefit of sphinxes, old sages, and princesses who wished to make life hard for others. The evil dragon had not expected this rule to catch up with it. I shall ask the first question. My house sold for 8,000 more yesterday, but I thought there was room to raise the price, so I bought it back for 9,000, planning to sell it for 10,000. How much more did I lose in the end? The dragon laughed in contempt. so hard about that? You could have waited until you had 10,000 to make your move, but you sold for 8 and bought for 9. So you lost 1,000 more that you could have earned instead. Wrong. You burned my house down yesterday, so I couldn't sell it in time. So I've lost 4 more. Sorry, I do have to burn a house, and you happen to not be home. So I might as well hit one that doesn't result in any loss of life. Now that you lost this contest, I have the right to loot the same value as your life, minus 1 more. And considering that you have burned my house, I can seek damages. Let's assume that my house is worth just 1 more. Well then, Wicked Dragon, you know what to do with yourself. Please spare me, I'll give you anything. Your words, not mine, Antonio said as he pulled out a contract he had written long ago. Thus, Antonio did use his wisdom to take all the evil dragon treasures. The dragon, devastated, would never again return to attack. Constellation Satellite, where Antonio lived many years later. A child asked Antonio, "You sold your place for 8,000 and spent 9,000 buying it back. It looks like you actually did lose 1,000 more."
Look! My clan's history is true as well! Ah, there's that same unforgeable signature again, right here!
What? Oh, does this mean that my clan is the only odd one out?
Given that my clan's wisdom is such a subject of ridicule in your eyes, I will now appeal to my own personal intelligence, which I believe far surpasses that of my clan at large, and make a prediction. It seems likely that the claims made by each of our clans regarding their history and virtue are all true.
Boberano? How can that be?
Because they're talking about different things.
Oh, I get what's going on. Once, when I was drinking with Gujiyai, she bet me a round of dried fish that I couldn't guess which cup the umeboshi was under. Whichever one I guessed, I was always wrong, and Gujiyai would lift a different cup to reveal the umeboshi. But then, I learned later from one of the shrine maidens, Miyuki, that all of the cups had an umeboshi under them. Just goes to show, I still got a long way to go before I become a great yokai.
Oh, don't mind Fox Lady. That's just her way of teasing you.
Actually, that reminds me. We can now open these 3 treasure chests. And unlike the guessing game you mentioned, this one's not a trick.
Cool. Well, once you've plundered the last of Boberano's family wealth, we can go to my clan's place.
Guess I'll take the clockwork key again then. Yoink!
Reward on the road.
$800, 1,000, and then 15,000. So one team physically fought the dragon, one team outwitted the dragon. So what did this one do?
The cohort of truth seekers followed Albizzi to his clan's sacred site. They arrived to the site of a giant guard towering over them.
Up ahead is my clan's gigantified guard. He can be a little pig-headed, and he's incredibly strong. Your weapons won't even scratch him.
Wait, but wasn't Kappei's clan the one that's all about strength? So, what do you guys believe in then?
Oh, the guard is one of Kappei's people. Size is a coveted trait in the clan of strength, after all. Mine is the clan of empathy, and our key contribution is growth serum.
What's empathetic about that?
Our ancestors believed that, just maybe, the dragon of old didn't mean us any harm at all. Perhaps the dragon simply didn't notice us, since we are so very tiny.
Why were they so willing to forgive the dragon of old, but the second our little feller from this time appeared, they were all like, "Ah, dragon panic."
So they drank the growth serum and grew even larger than the dragon. Then they set the dragon down, calmly explained their perspective, and eventually taught it how to empathize. The serum isn't what it once was, though. Nowadays, it doesn't make you grow all that much, and it actually makes you lose your empathy. So I advise we take a detour.
Oh my god.
Despite Albizi's words of caution, somebody, no doubt, has other ideas. Surely we could avoid a conflict with the guard, they think to themselves, if we could just try to understand one another. You could, of course, just take the path to your left and go around. But some people are gluttons for punishment. It's all part of the experience, I suppose.
Everyone, I have returned. I come with the long-awaited Marquis and their followers to search for the lost origins of our clan.
Well, we weren't told anything about that this morning. Get out of here. Leave us alone.
I'd scoop you up and throw you outside. No one is able to fight back.
You and Albizi only wanted to strike up a conversation with the guard. But since greeting you wasn't one of the items included in today's schedule, the relationship quickly soured. If you're just looking for a way in, why not consider taking the path on your left?
Why is my own clan treating me like a villain?
You've been away too long. We all have. Feels like we've been waiting forever.
We should be getting close.
Why is this place so full of junk? Are you the kind of people who never throw away the box when you buy something because you're worried you won't be able to return it without the original packaging? We'll never find the Oracle Pillars in all this mess.
Never mind that. We have a more pressing issue. It seems there's a slight problem with my clan's family crest. The Marquis may need to utilize their wisdom to solve the issue.
Oh, well, I still got the gist of it.
Wisdom too, huh? Well, you guys have a bit of everything, don't you? Except empathy.
Over here! Yes! Keep the noise down! We don't want to alert the guard. I'll go keep watch.
Okay, sort of like a reversey.
Can't you destroy the boxes a little more quietly?
I'll keep this.
This is the last one.
Giletto and Alberto did many good deeds again today. It was the most tiring to help the old lady on the bridge move her barrels of hard apple cider. They each got a small barrel as their reward. The moonlight was unobscured and beautiful, and the two good friends climbed up the high wall that had been built to stave off the evil dragon. Alberto lost the rock, paper, scissors match, so he had to hold the barrel of cider under the crook of his arms as he climbed the ladder. Looks like this is the big house their chubby chef was so proud of. It doesn't look so big from here, huh? Said Alberto. As he looked at the house, you're wrong. That's my home, said Gura. The chef's house is that one. Alberto's night vision was not all that good, and the moonlight could never compare to daylight. If one were to close one eye, the light could not be seen at all. He tried a little harder, but could discern nothing more. That's also really small, Gura continued. So there's nothing wrong with your statement. Galileo and Alberto were both rather perceptive people. Galileo's eyes rarely Galileo's replied covered for Alberto's comfort. regarding his poor vision. While Libido had lost the rock paper scissors match on purpose so that he could carry the cider barrel because the gears and Galero's ribs were injured. Here's tea. The friends raised a toast, and once Elvira stuffed a cork back into the barrel. The next day, the two gathered everyone in the village plaza. First, they apologized for the collapse of the anti-dragon wall and told all the people that they were preparing to have a talk with the evil dragon. I know it was a lot of work for everyone to fix that wall, but we're not fussed about it anyway. Chubby said, but are you sure you're not bragging when you say you knocked it on yourself? Of course, it's not the chef's point. He, too, was a good person and continued. Also, it's too dangerous to seek the dragon out. Don't worry about us. And so the two best friends departed. The two best friends of the whole world departed. The evil dragon trembled for Elvira. For some reason, the old lady's liquor could make people grow very, very large. And that's how they accidentally squashed the high walls the previous night. They gazed down at the ground far below. They more or less understood. Now the dragon thought, no wonder it could accidentally destroy the village at its feet. So as long as they could get the dragon to nose people, they could surely come to an understanding. The two friends thus drank all the remaining magic cider, becoming even larger than the dragon by a good margin. Reeking of alcohol, they sentenced the dragon between them and drunkenly tried reasoning with it. The dragon shriveled up in terror, all of its mystery and fell aura forever gone. Indeed, it even looked kind of pitiful. Alberto attempted to pick dirt off the scales of the dragon's back, but wound off picking off an entire scale. Ouch. The dragon sought to flee, but Galero, fearing that the crisis might persist for 10,000 years more if the misunderstanding was not cleared up, tugged its tail on the dragon and dragged it right back. To be honest, we always lived under your feet, but we are far too small, so you may have never seen us, and now we've transformed and become big. Galero said. So now surely you must know that we dwell at your feet. The dragon nodded repeatedly, and thus did the two. And the dragon chat all the night, believing the goal of mutual understanding achieved. The two set off along their road home.
The signature. So it's true. Empathy is one of the founding virtues of Constellation Metropole, too.
Ah, yes, drunk fools.
Just as we suspected, all three are the truth.
Okay. Well, this is a lot to process. I feel a little empty inside. Yes, we found the truth, but there's too much truth.
I get you. It's like in Inazuma, when there were only 6 books in the Mirage Warrior series, it was really popular. But by the time book number 88 came out, nobody wanted to read it. They all lost interest.
Is that Warrior Cat shade? Like, is it? Also, just... How many Warrior Cat... Hold on. How many Warrior Cat books are there? I absolutely have to check this right now. How many Warrior Cat books are there? 42 main series books and 14 super editions. That's not even counting the manga. How many Warrior Cat mangas? 15 manga at least. So 42, 14, that's 56, plus another 15 is 71. So there's 71, not even counting like the encyclopedia books and whatnot. There are over 70. Oh my god, there are over 70 Warrior Cat books. There are over 70 Warrior Cat books. Oh no. Oh no, that's not even... Oh god, no.
A brief moment of joy is drowned out by a growing feeling of melancholy. But perhaps there is a glimmer of hope to be found too? Anyone? Anyone? All right, I'll say it. How is it the case that these 3 versions of history can all be true at once?
That's exactly what Paimon was wondering, but Boborano kind of already explained it away earlier. So Paimon was worried she'd look stupid for asking the question.
It's not a stupid question at all, my dear little pixie. While I did postulate that different truths may coexist, there is an issue when it comes to these 3 truths in particular. The problem is, all 3 truths are the history of the exact same thing, namely the dragon and the Metropole's origins. Yet all 3 bear the signature, showing that they're genuine.
Suddenly, the sound of a bell rings out.
The bell! It rang once! What does that mean again? Ah, yes! Highest level of emergency! Everyone, to the main entrance! Stat! Bring all the glue traps and place them outside the gates!
The whole city is on the lookout, and there's only one way out. It's the path right in front of you.
Why'd they ring the bell anyway? Also, why is one ring the highest level of emergency?
Obviously because you have to respond fast when it's an emergency. It'd be a bit too late if they waited till the 99th ring.
Nope. Loki, yeah.
They're outside! After them!
Oh. These little bastards can go around the glue. I bet. Excuse you. Excuse you. Excuse you. Aha.
Any further and we'll be outside our jurisdiction. I think we've pursued them far.
Fair enough. You're an Ursari, something.
I made it out. Don't know if we'll still be needing this clockwork key, but I yoinked it out before we ran, just in case.
Okay, but back to the truth problem. There are 3 conflicting versions of the truth, and somehow they're all still true. What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know. I doubt anyone here in Simulanka can make sense of it. All we do know is that any manuscript bearing her signature has to be valid.
Well, she is the goddess of fate, the creator of all this. And all these manuscripts are her grand design.
The reason we argued about who was right was that we didn't know enough about the truth of the past. But now we have the truth. So we just have to accept it. As surely as we will follow the clockwork path designed for us, so is this the course that history has taken. It is clear and incontrovertible.
We will never argue again. Thank you all.
I highly doubt that.
Is that all there is to it? Is this where the decision made at the first crossroads of destiny has led us to? A pointlessly happy ending? Overthinking it would be equally pointless. Well, that's enough for one day. Time to take a break.
Could you be any more cryptic? You're planning something. Paimon knows it.
Whatever happens, today was a breakthrough in my journey of discovery. I will go back and share it with my clan.
Me too.
And me.
Let's leave it there for today then. I'm sure we'll find out what else Mr. Narrator has planned for us tomorrow.
Now you see. Normally, I would immediately change the time. What is this one? Oh. Is there no end to this? Oh my god. So I guess you don't seem like frogs. Vocal lines on pong, may your legs be limber. Competition, you seen and heard the competition faster jumping. This is go through qualification matches and elimination matches and then through all of it can reach to the finals. That something kind of complicated. Simply step in the arena and kill all the challenges. But before you your guess up to your fancy, you can also try the bouncing contest here. It's meant to test the contest speed and the stability when jumping. I was just about to do some practice here, then partake in the next contest, but my skills aren't too jacked up to probably. So there's no competition? Of course. The competition's already reached the final, so other adventures are now open for practice. Keep practicing, keep competing, and that's the way you get better and better. Come on your guests, you'll enjoy the bouncing competition too. Spider Paper Frog. This game's really fun. Do you think Pounds it's good? Right, then be my guest. I can pose this if she's jumping in there too. It's pretty much the same anyway. I need you to join the bouncing contest. Now it's just a game. That was just a game. Though. It's a long way off from the real contest. Only the very best can take in the battle later. In this contest with the guide who's suited to rescue the princess. Oh, it's just so exciting. Sorry to guess. My apologies. I just can't help but remind you on the floor. After all, the whole reason we organized the main contest was to choose a paper frog with the steadiest, furthest, most awe-inspiring jump so that they could go rescue the princess. Still more time for the match begins, so feel free to take a look around. Harold will use his booming voice to remind us when the competition is about to begin, so listen for it and make sure you find good seats. I guess we're seeing most usual competition in case now you comes right time, but also perhaps the wrong one. The competition is coming to close, but with only the final, the result of which is already beyond doubt left in. Yes, I'm sure you've heard of Herbert and Mason. They're both leading up jumping in my experience. Frobert is far better than this than all paper frogs, and there's one countless competition as well, and he's therefore undisputed favorite. He has the strongest legs, most agile mind, and the most resolute spirit. Most importantly, he consistently seeks to share his know-how with all other frogs. Estampe is like me, one of the paper frogs who learned by watching him. We respect and trust and believe that he will once again achieve greatness. Before the final begins, I'd like to stay just a little longer to prepare for the next round of competitions. If you don't mind, we can practice together, perhaps you might even come up with some good ideas. Help me jump all the better. Of course, it's not about just trusting the princess. More importantly, the contest itself and teaches us self-belief, resolve, and bravery. Only a paper frog who understands and embodies such virtue will emerge as our champion. Come there, yes, see if we can feel the virtue inherent in our contest.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
I quite get this every time. Next time, we will measure ourselves against one another. Still, I shouldn't take more time. The final's about to begin. Guess we'll have to see this how good Frobert is. Boy, he did seem nervous and I saw him recently. Since some practice my face moving and getting annoyed at how he's performing. Those are the finals, and I'm getting nervous. Yeah, these are the nervous, right? The nerves is to be expected. That's what I thought, but no, I still believe in it. He's not the type to give in so easily. myself. If you liked your guest, feel free to have a look around. So be sure not to miss them. My hind legs. Here comes my fine hind leg, ladies and gentlemen. The unparalleled forward steps forward to make a leap, and he jumped 3 lotus leaves and fell into the water. Seems we have a champion. Want to welcome our princess is Estampe. Congratulations to our... No, Mr. Hollow, I protest. This is ridiculous. Absurd. I shall not accept the title of champion in this matter. Goodness gracious, by the morning dew. Come now, you surpassed Robert and all in front of all frogkind. Robert slipped up, that's all. He's just not in good form, you know. I'm not convinced me or any other paper frogs. Anyway, let's give Robert a moment to himself. We'll continue this later. It seems we have guests. Welcome. What's the competition about? As you can see, a jumping contest. It's legendary. Only legendary leaper may take account of discerning the great burden of rescuing the princess. That's why we organize so many contests. When you saw the frog who made a leap, that was Robert. Contestants can be a great jumper in the pond, or he used to be anyway. So pretty cool. Shame we seem to have missed it all, though. Otherwise, I would have taken part. I haven't ever seen you jump that far before, except when you were running away from monsters. It's the taking part that counts. You never know. You might get a prize for participating. Hey, that's fine. That's hard. As if it's not a word for you. Haha, in that case, you do well to ask your champion over here for advice. Apologies to your guest, Ms. How but as I said before, and I'll say it again, I'm no champion. But surely it's the lowest team to stand. According to the rules, you are the champion. Be the judge of that. Thank you very much. This contest is meant to be the best of us, the most skilled jumpers, to go save the princess. It's a matter of honor of all frog time. And Frobert is the best of us. You know, this all of us do. So Frobert was really that impressive? Oh, you've heard all the papers talking about him. Is everything they say about him true? That's right. Frobert was the best frog in our pond. He could easily bound away across all 12 lotus leaves and land on the 13th, and he'd land so lightly the dew upon the leaf would not be disturbed. He would even jump between lotus leaves amidst the flower river and not fall into the water, no matter how fierce the current. I'm guessing he's not in good form right now. Yeah, he seemed kind of down. Looks super sad when he was leaving now, too. He's just having a temporary rough patch. It's the only reason he made a mistake. Please, Mr. Hallow, for the sake of the contest and the sake of all our calling, I'd like to ask for a rematch. If you deem it necessary, you can consult the opinions of all other frogs. I can sure they will concur. Listen, Estampe. I know you're a capital fellow, sharp-minded and upstanding to boot. But did you not see how Robert was feeling? He left without even attempting to make another leap. I'll speak with him. We've trained together all this time, so I know how he feels. He'll understand. For the love of lotus leaves and loosen dew. All right, I'll go with you to meet Robert. Well, come along too. We are really good at encouraging people, and we're great jumpers too. Yeah, have you been secretly trained by that? It's a good way to make other jump along the way. Both humorous and polite. Thank you for your goodwill. In that case, let's go together. With any luck, that good humor might soothe this sore spirit. Pawn, protect us. I wonder what shall serve us better, the soft or hard approach. Oh, for the love of everything. Why all the way up there?
What's the hurry?
Up we go. Where we stop? Only
What's
we
the hurry?
know. Only we know.
Catch the wind.
He's here. Oh, there you are. The awards area is over then? Just the opposite, in fact, with Mr. Harlow. I have the opinion that things are far from over. Indeed, I hereby announce that my capacity as referee is that you, Mr. Forbert, have one more chance to jump. To maintain the fairness of the competition and to fulfill our duty as a calling, you must do a re-jump. Dear Dollar, I, as a contestant, cite the competition rules pertaining to the behavior that may bring harm to oneself and one's tribe. Forfeit my second jump. I do not want to disappoint everyone again and bring ruin to our calling. It's the only truly responsible course of action. Wow, that's a professional answer, even as a specific clause handy. You can even give it a touch of emotional appeal. Alright, looks like playing hardball isn't going to work. Oh, Lucent Dew and Lotus Leaves. But you haven't left the venue. I don't understand what you mean to say, dear guest. This is the best place from which to watch the competition unfold. If you really wanted to give up, you wouldn't have stayed here. That's true. You can see everything that's going on in the long-distance jump contest from here. If he really had given up and no longer wanted to have anything to do with the contest, why would he stay? I don't wish to talk about this anymore. I believe I've been clear. Sorry, Sampe. There are 2 guests as well. I'm gonna wait for Pilots to finish speaking before hopping away. Oh, for God's sake, you should hold Mr. Estampe. I have an idea. So tiring. Hang on a moment. Is there anything else I can help you with, dear guest? You saw the terrible state I was in. I admit I mostly knew what you were going to say the moment I saw you arriving with Estampe. My answer is no, and so it will always be. Look at my ankles. They are not ankles that can carry such a heavy burden. It's not ones that can save a princess. A finer pair of ankles I have never seen. Yeah, Paimon hasn't either. I'm not looking much at ankles. I have made a mistake. No, I've been making mistakes all along. I'm sorry, you two. I cannot continue competing. You know, go. We just want to tell you one last thing. All frogs make mistakes. They just need to learn from them, that's all. I guess you do not understand. I initially believed that mistakes were mere drops of dew that fell upon our heads. Nothing could truly knock a froggy down. But I was wrong. Perhaps they were never mere drops, more akin to rocks in the pond, withered wood stuck in the waterbed, or a vent hidden within the muck. We can overlook them, bury them, step over them, or pretend they don't exist. Will they not reset, my friend? Will they await their opportunity for a chance to come back and bite you? Please go, and let me go too. I am nothing but a mere lotus head who has had all of its seeds removed. The light breeze would surge through my many holes in my heart and chill me to the bone. I cannot take up this great burden. This voice in my heart, I have let all frogs down, including myself. Still have a retry, you know. Yeah, you got another chance to prove yourself. I do not wish to taste the bigger pain of failure once more. My legs and my heart cannot. Whoa, so it's been moving us, and what's going on? What? But it should have been fixed in place. No, it's moving forward. Please stand firm, dear guest. I will steer it as best I can. Okay, I suppose we won't withstand impact. Yeah, it's gotta be. What a close call. Good thing you're with us. I've trained before, so I'm pretty used to it. Right, soon we shall reach. Wait, sure. That leaf got knocked away. I'll reach shore for now. Oh, no. And stop freaking out. You're the only one who has any chance of controlling this lotus leaf. I'm sorry, what? Where are we going? I can't do this. I can do this. I can do this. Looks like I'm the only one who can control it. Leave it to me, everyone, and hold on tight. Jump. A mighty drunk, if there ever was one. Would you look at that? Roberto and the unyielding, Roberto the bold. He sees the opportunity for a retry and spectacular indeed. This is a miracle without his name. He's the only paper frog to ever leap across this principle. He had it in for Robert. I believed in you. The lotus leaf that suddenly started moving. That was your doing, wasn't it? It was something that Mr. Howell and I could put together. I apologize to your guests for hiding this from you. Well, that was certainly exciting. Alright then, Fervor. Now that everyone has witnessed your great leap, you no longer have any reason to reject the victor's crown. But it was coincidence, a miracle born for some circumstances. Just one fluke leap. Only the way the two guess that I was able to do it all. I'll be honest, we were just having fun drifting alongside you. Exactly, we were just watching from the sidelines. That big jump was all you. Still, our work wasn't in vain, right? Would have been a waste to stand by and watch such a brilliant frog give up like that. If you love it so much and you trained hard for so long, it would have been awful if you just gave up. Tragedy for you and frog kind. Honored guests, truly your hearts are purer than the first drop of morning dew. I'm sorry, my friends, I've done you such an injustice. You shall have been the winner. You should have been the winner of that match. Ah, come now. You proved you're the best of us, did you not? Please, listen to me. We have many competitions ahead of us, and I will gladly compete with you 100,000 times more. But this time, we must put our best frog forward to fetch the princess. This is our calling, and our future of Rain Pong rests upon it. As such, there is no room for error. Do you understand me? I do. Good. For Bert, that's wonderful. Aha, this will seem to turn out great. We have ourselves a real champion now, don't we? Next up, our champion shall go rescue the princess, and then our calling will be complete. Not to interrupt anything about that princess of yours. Yeah, so you said a whole bunch about this princess thing. Fetch her this, best frog that. Now everything's ready. Do you actually know where the princess is? Aha, of course, so you're about to go retrieve and rescue her, for she lives in a tower made of vines and giant trees. Only the bravest, boldest, jumpiest frogs may evade the thorns and the deep mist leaving on top of the tower to deliver the princess from her cage. Comes that? To the top in one jump? I'll definitely fall down halfway. Come now, Robert, don't be in such a rush to return to the pond. I haven't even laid eyes upon that dream. Our hard work has paid off. We have located the tower. It's in the kingdom of breezes and bells. Mr. Hollowell, it is not but a high force and flying squirrel, certainly not a high tower. Are you certain it is our destination? Absolutely, I personally went to inspect the place. The tower is high, and you can barely see the top. And there are none, I reckon, who might scale it apart from us favorite frogs. Sounds really impressive. Then let's meet in the kingdom. You're coming along too? That would be wonderful. Looks like we got quite a crowd for a little princess welcoming party. Not bad at all. See, I knew that things would work out for the best. Make our preparations and set forth the kingdom of breeze and bells. And as for you, dear guests, we shall see you there. Ah, yes, Mr. Roberto. Please go to the wards here first, would you? It'll take place at the pond. No.
What a beautiful day, thought the traveller, before she was overcome by a creeping sense of foreboding. The voice in her head grew louder. Must go to Pendulum Lane.
You're in for a little shock. You've been a naughty boy.
Cool it.
Oh my.
What's the hurry?
Up in the just in 60 seconds.
Quite the find.
Alright, to the top of the tower.
Pendulum Lane is just up ahead. Something must have happened here after.
Oh my god, this is terrible! I don't understand. The three great clans of Constellation Metropole have finally made peace with each other. Who could have done this?
What happened? Oh no, someone's lying on the ground. Cappe!
How did this happen?
Cappe, you idiot! Wake up! You need to revise your last words or everyone's gonna start suspecting me!
Last words? What did he say?
If I wind up dead one day, the murderer was Boberano.
Ugh, you could have at least pretended to not remember it.
I'm sorry, Boberano, but this is an interrogation. I have to give the detective straight answers.
Don't worry, Boberano. I don't consider you a suspect, nor do I have the authority to charge anyone with a crime. So, are you the last people to have had contact with him?
Yes.
My sincere condolences. You were travel companions, right? It's a real tragedy. I'm afraid he'll be out cold for another hour and a half, at least. Yeah, I know. It's despicable. Hitting someone in the back of the head is the second worst act of cruelty there is. The first being replacing their gear oil with extra strong glue.
I love the nonsense.
So, Cappe's not dead?
His gears, metal frame and shell are all still in excellent condition. It's just his energy supply that's been all messed up. Wait. But surely you can't be suggesting that just because Cappe isn't broken, there's no need to go looking for the culprit.
No, there's a need. Huge need.
Unfortunately, this is rapidly turning into a cold case. There's no evidence and no witnesses. Unless there's an official clockwork pedestal or the goddess of prophecy around here somewhere. Excuse me. Then suddenly the long-lost dragon of old flew across the sky.
Where?
So this guy's the narrator.
I didn't see anything. Wait, why can't I move?
No, my mistake. It was just a cloud. Or a bird. Or something. If only we could turn time backwards and replay the crime.
Isn't that one of those, clockwork socket things right behind you?
So it is. No wonder everyone here is suddenly struggling to move. Traveller, if you please, let's recreate the crime scene.
The crime scene's too chaotic. I can't make heads or tails of it.
Well, that clears it up. Cappe was walking along the street, and he suddenly collapsed. He was faking it.
What? So case closed? Aren't you supposed to investigate a little more first?
Well, we literally replayed the crime scene and saw it with our own eyes. There's no need for any evidence gathering or powers of deduction now. And besides, maybe the truth is inherently strange by nature. Like how Constellation Metropole has 3 histories, each of which is the truth.
But didn't you say Cappe was struck in the back of the head and knocked unconscious?
For all I know, he could have bashed his head against a toilet bowl before leaving the house, then walked here in a daze before finally passing out. As for why he might have done that, my guess is... With the Supreme Clan question left unanswered and the tension in Constellation Metropole suddenly wiped away, he was looking to create a new source of conflict. Only then would the city feel alive again.
Do we really capable of that, though? Sounds like a pretty complicated conspiracy for the average Simulanka resident.
Traveler, something about the crime scene isn't sitting right with me. It just seems unnatural. Also, anything outside of the immediate area won't have appeared in the replay. Is it possible that something was missing from the scene? Why don't we search the area?
Wait, what are you doing?
Oh, we're gonna head to Katbei's house to check the toilet bowl for signs of an impact.
A pickaxe? What is it doing all the way down here? There's gotta be a story behind it. Let's take it.
Hello there. Have you seen my spear by any chance? Someone was shouting about a dragon a minute ago, and I instinctively threw it into the sky. Yeah.
There's a spear here. It looks so mysterious. Let's take it.
What's the hurry?
You're not from these parts, are you? Just visiting?
Yep, that's right. Why? What's up?
Ah, well, I was gonna offer you a great job in the Titanium mines. A safe and secure working environment.
Doesn't sound very safe. At least not as safe as being a courier.
To keep the titanium ore intact, we use specially designed pickaxes that can't cut through it. Even if you struck a person with it, it wouldn't so much as leave a scratch. And in terms of labor intensity, the work has been rated as Class 2 physical labor by a reputable organization. Even cats can do it.
I'm not. Never mind. I give up.
Welcome to Paimon's world.
Mind you, I don't know what happened today, but somehow a pickaxe has gone missing. Maybe one of the giant guards broke it down, so someone took it to perform a rapid resuscitation procedure.
Sounds pretty brutal for a first aid technique. Still, a missing pickaxe. Huh. Is it just me, Traveler, or does it seem kinda suspicious?
There's a strange potion bottle here. Looks so weird. Let's take it.
Come here. Whatever it is you were looking to buy, please do come back tomorrow. It's just, I have to close early today.
Oh?
A bottle of growth serum has gone missing.
Okay. Let's try that again. Literally, Twitch will just try to down me for some reason or another. Double triple check. That's a flat line. Damn.
A bottle of there's a hole in
Let's say one of these was the weapon used in the assault. Which one do you think it is?
Pickaxe?
If it was the pickaxe, Cappy sure is lucky it's not still lodged in his head.
Actually, you're wrong there, Paimon. The foreman at the mine was just saying, this kind of pickaxe is designed not to damage titanium, so it couldn't cause any superficial damage to residents here. But you could probably knock someone out if you hit them hard enough, and it wouldn't leave a scratch. Let's take this back to the crime scene and replay it one more time.
Ah, you're back. How was the toilet at Cape's house?
Toilet? What about it? Oh, yeah, forget that.
What's this about? What are you trying to say?
We thought the way Cape fell looked odd, so we searched the area for suspicious items and found this. It could have been deliberately placed out of range of the crime scene so it wouldn't show up when we replayed it. Now we've retrieved it, we were gonna replay it again. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, I just remembered I forgot to turn off the clockwork switch in my kitchen. Yeah, I think I'll just,
Oh, no, you stay right there.
You could move if you wanted to.
We should be good now.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
So you're the attacker!
Oh, bye.
So, it was you!
Boomerang throw. That was honestly impressive.
I would congratulate you for cracking the case, but since I did such an abysmal job of covering my tracks, it didn't exactly have your work cut out for you. So, all I can say is... catch me if you can!
Oh, bruh.
We have a runner! That's it! Let me at him!
The would-be Marquis of Carabas dispatched the Necromancer boots who ran off in pursuit of the poor little minion. The minion's poor little lower back was protesting painfully against the intense physical activity. He decided to take the elevator, giving him a moment to catch his breath. Really? His lower back asked. But the minion had no other choice. He resolved to make the jump down. By this point, the Necromancer in boots was gasping for air. The minion was huffing and puffing, even more loudly. But we'll ignore that.
I'm not! Don't underestimate the gold-level courier of the Komania Express!
A characteristically catty response from the Necromancer. Tell me, what do you hope to gain from bullying me?
I get to let off some steam!
Ha-ha! You fell into my trap! Oh, and by the way, remember the glue you got stuck on when you first entered the future Marquis' abode-to-be? That was also me. I did it using my powers.
Rats! Oh, I'm so jealous of you guys right now. You can just jump out of your shoes and keep running, but Wait, I'm wearing boots this time.
The unnamed minion made a last-ditch escape attempt. He began his long climb, up the wall, the tall wall. He began his long climb up the tall wall.
You call that a tall wall? In urgent neck.
God damn it.
So, it was you!
Well, Can't say I never fail.
So, catch me if you can.
Yeah, freaking narrator. Demanding a more exciting tale. Also, I'm gonna...
That's it! Let me at him!
The would-be Marquis of Carabas dispatched the Necromata in boots, who ran off in pursuit of the poor little minion. The minion's poor little lower back was protesting painfully against the intense physical activity. He decided to take the elevator, giving him a moment to catch his breath.
Oh.
Really? His lower back asked. But the minion had no other choice. He resolved to make the jump down. By this point, the Necromata in boots was gasping for air. The minion was huffing and puffing, even more loudly. But we'll ignore that.
I'm not! Don't underestimate the gold-level courier of the Comania Express!
A characteristically catty response from the Necromata. Tell me, what do you hope to gain from bullying me?
I get to let off some steam!
Ha-ha! You fell into my trap! Oh, and by the way, remember the glue you got stuck on when you first entered the future Marquis' abode-to-be? That was also me. I did it using my powers.
Rats! Oh, I'm so jealous of you guys right now. You can just jump out of your shoes and keep running, but
The unnamed minion made a last-ditch escape attempt. He began his long climb, up the wall, the tall wall. Oh. He began his long climb up the tall wall.
You call that a tall wall? In urgent Neko parcel mode, I'll scale it in
no time.
Beat. I surrender.
You've got nowhere left to run.
All right. I confess.
That was fast.
Getting caught by you here was a backup plan. I don't know if what I've done will make things better or not. Time to come clean. I am the narrator, the one who's been guiding you all this time.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, I guess my voice acting skills have some room for improvement. Anyway, I only did what I did because...
Why are you suddenly spilling the beans?
I poured my heart and soul into all this. I was worried you wouldn't ask. The truth is, I was one of the first conscious beings ever made by the goddess of creation. And I've known for a long time that this whole world is just a fairy tale written by the goddess of fate.
Oh. Yeah, that would twist your...
I know they say that fairy tales are just made up for kids to read, but I refuse to believe that fairy tales are just fictional stories and nothing more. The reason why Constellation Metropole has 3 origin stories is that the Goddess of Fate wrote 3 drafts and couldn't decide which one she liked best. Then her cat trod all over them, and they all got crumpled together, so the 3 worlds just sort of folded into one. The Goddess of Fate was torn between them anyway, since she couldn't decide which ending was best for the dragon or the kids. So when she saw what the cat had done, she simply decided to go with all 3.
Who'd have thought? But what does any of this have to do with what you did?
You're not a fictional character, so you couldn't hope to understand my sorrow. Honestly, I don't think there's anyone in all of Simulanka who would understand. Every day that I experience, every interaction I have with another person, is it really all just a work of fiction? The only reason the 3 great clans wanted to find out the truth was for the pointless task of electing the supreme clan. I thought that once they'd learned the truth, it might make them curious enough to investigate further. But as it turned out, they just accepted it and carried on living the same old lives. I have to motivate them to keep looking for answers now that they think they've learned the truth. I have to make them uncomfortable with the superficial explanation that they took at face value. And I have to figure out, once and for all, while you real people from the outside world are still here, are we real?
God damn.
Aww.
That's my full confession. Time for you to take me back. I'm guessing I'll probably be forced to make a public apology, then sentenced to half a day in solitary confinement. I definitely deserve half a day. Oh, also, pass this message on to Cape, Bobarano, and Albizzi, if you could. The Great Clockwork Key was originally put in place jointly by the ancestors of the three clans. If the three of them had any ability to cooperate whatsoever, they'd have been able to remove it by themselves. Over all these years, not once have they ever tried removing it together.
Oh, my poor child. There's one thing you've been mistaken about this whole time.
Oh my god.
Ah! Whose voice is that? Detective? Was that you? Your voice acting's actually pretty good.
The reason fairy tales are suitable for children is that they help them to understand the world. Fairy tales may be works of fiction, but at their heart lies an internal logic that is undoubtedly real-world truth in a condensed form. Perhaps they simplify good and evil, and perhaps they hide the darkness in metaphors. But let there be no doubt. The world within fairy tales is as real as can be. And by extension, you and your compatriots are also real.
Goddess! Is it really you?
The line that separates footnotes from narrative can never be crossed. Never the two shall meet. This is why you have never heard my voice before.
Echo of the Goddess of Fate.
But now you wish to break free from the story. And there's a cat nearby, so you can hear my echo.
Just... your echo?
Bruh, imagine questioning your reality and and an echo of God is just like, you are real as much as it could matter.
Oh, poor detective.
So, we are a part of the real world too.
Lead the surrendered detective back to Capet. So we need a shot of the crime scene for evidence, a mugshot of the suspect for records, and a photo of the heroes for posterity. The guard rolled it over. The 3 photos is overkill. Just get one big group photo at the crime scene. Suspect trying to look more serious. Heroes, more natural, please. Happy smiles, but no smiling from the victim or their friends and family. Thank you. No, don't get up. Stay on the ground. We need to capture the crime scene as is. 3, 2, 1. Say cheese. Weirdest photo experiment in my life. Yes, victim, please stay on the ground.
My head's spinning. Albizzi just gave me a quick rundown of the situation. So you caught the detective?
Sorta. We chased him until he surrendered. Oh, and he asked us to pass on a message.
Tell the 3 about the rest of what happened, and that they could have removed the Great Clockwork Key if they just worked together.
Does he really think we didn't try that? 'Cause we did. After 6 months in that place.
Ah, that was my bad. I thought it was a stupid idea at the time, so I didn't really exert myself.
I also sort of stopped trying after 3 years.
You... Never mind. I'm partly to blame as well. On the second attempt, I just hugged the key and pretended like I was pulling as hard as I could.
You guys are so lazy. My granny's neighbor's pet cat has nothing on you, and it spends all day, every day sunbathing.
Anyway, you said you heard the voice of the Goddess of Fate at the end? That's amazing.
There is a world beyond our own after all.
What would you guys say to taking a trip to the outside world sometime? Otherwise, I got bashed in the back of the head for nothing.
Depends. Do either of you know how to get there? But yes, I agree we should go. And not invite the detective, just to annoy him. But maybe the reason we've never worried about whether we're real or not is that, unlike him, we weren't there to witness the creation of this world. We've never had any reason to doubt that we're real. If someone ever convinced me that these delightful dimwits, Cape and Albizzi, weren't real, oh, I'd be devastated.
Hmm. One footprint. Your Highness, what brings you here? Given how things stand, I shall retrieve the relic myself, then decide what to do next. Your Highness, that will not do. Your Highness, you cannot go. Oh, it seems you have a better solution. Let's hear it then, Mr. Minister Celebron. I would like to inform Your Highness that following a long discussion with Surface last night, we have come to the conclusion that it would be better to set up a trial ground elsewhere. Here, and then the Guardian, who passes our selection process, can retrieve the relic for us. 2 birds, 1 stone. But without the relic, how can we be sure that the chosen Guardian is the one we're looking for? Worry not, mistress, though we are indeed facing great crisis. This is precisely as the legends predicted. The crisis... How much longer? I was like, yes, an hour, maybe 2. We're coming up on 4. Emerge in this moment, I must do ensure that you've shown the right path. Besides, I am the best fighter in the kingdoms. There's none more suitable than I to choose the Guardian POV. What? Then will you go instead? I'm afraid my regs are rather useless when it comes to flight of any kind. How about you, son Sebern? Will you go? My eyesight, alas, I fear, would be unable to see the movements clearly enough to judge. That's good. It's settled then. The 2 of you will stay and handle affairs within the kingdom, while I shall assess in managing the selection process of the original location myself. Might I submit myself as a candidate for the trial, Your Highness? I'm good at flying and adventuring too. Can we participate? Oh, greeting both of you, and welcome to the Kingdom of Breezes and Bells. You're very welcome to sign up for the Guardian of the Kingdom selection trials. You have not previously participated in the selection trials of our Kingdom of Breezes and Bell, if I'm not mistaken. How does Your Highness know this? Your appearance differs greatly from our kingdom's subjects. Have you taken part before? I would not forget it. Oh, that's enough chit-chat, I suppose. As it so happens, I was about to head over to the selection nearby the road. Let's go there together. Ministers of Kingdom Affairs are in your hands. Try not to let anyone cut this tree down while I'm away finding our true guardian, if you could. As you wish, Your Highness. If you please come with me before the selection officially begins. There are a few things I still need to tell you.
I'll keep this close.
Oof. Please wait here a moment. I'll introduce the trial to you, as well as a few things that you need to watch out for. I sure is decisive decision maker. I guess that's a true princess for you. I declared I accept the trial quite suddenly. But your Highness doesn't seem particularly surprised. Oh, perhaps my introduction seemed a little too forthcoming. My apologies. In truth, there have been many squirrels who, like you, have suddenly turned up and declared their intention to undergo the trial. So I'm already accustomed to receiving such candidates. At least, there were many before the dragon attacked the kingdom. Said it was to retrieve a relic. It is indeed, as mentioned not long ago, a giant dragon passed through a kingdom. You had best to drive it away, but before leaving, it trampled both the trial ground and the sacred site where the relic was kept to smithereens. Original sale trial environment is now very different from the way it used to be. The wind currents have become unpredictable, causing dramatic increase in difficulty in some trial stages. After the environment changed so drastically, some candidates who could have easily passed the first stage before now find even the very first stage too challenging. But from another perspective, the current trial is actually a better test of a candidate's true strength, so it should be a better guess that you start. I am pretty strong. I'm too. Well, if that's really the case, let us get straight to it. Allow me to introduce the trial for you. Simply put, in this trial, the candidate must help the squirrel companion fly right in the direction by guiding along the wind currents. Don't worry, it isn't complicated. All you have to do is observe the direction of the currents and make decisions accordingly. Of course, you needn't worry about the shared direction. In this kingdom, no one can stop me from flying wherever I will. Right, let us begin. Please make sure you're both ready. Looks like we were good. Your judgments are most precise. Maybe we can go against the current. Past 20 points. Squirrels would be scared off if we're Here lies the final trial. Prepare yourselves. Hey, Highness, you're amazing. You've passed so easily. Your ability to judge the wind currents is also remarkable. It seems you are worthy to undergo the trial after all. Let's make haste to the site in which the relic is being kept. Hopefully we won't have another run-in with that dragon. I have a voice, but not life. Oh, it sounded like someone's voice. It's already, you hear that? Definitely heard it, but I have no idea what it meant. Princess is already ahead. Let's forget about that for now and catch up with her first. Okay. The dragon must have been huge. Perhaps in driving the dragon away, we drove it into the rage. The dragon is actually, tell the story of the dragon princess in the entire, sparing no detail. Can such a thing be? Truly unexpected. At the time, I was too panicked, so I just gave the order to drive him away. I'd be the chance to calmly speak with one another, perhaps. Never mind, what is done is done. We must focus on the problem at hand. As for that dragon, once all the problems have been resolved, I shall visit him personally. Now, let us focus on that relic. The relic is down there. Pass the trial and you may claim it. Paimon thought the relic would be protected by something else, or guard or something. It looks like it's just lying there. It doesn't seem like there's anything stopping it. Just saying now. Oh, we jump down and take it. He says correct. The relic indeed has a seal, namely the trial you have seen. According to the records, one must pass the trial in order to their sheets are safe taken by someone who's not yet passed the trial. It will lose its meaning as a relic. Thus, even I must pass the entire trial to retrieve the true relic.
must be both a trial and a challenger to do so. That satisfying two conditions, the best case scenario is that we'd be walking away with a useless lump of stone. That means something worse could happen to those who act in defiance of the rule shall be cursed. Cursed? In that case, just go ahead and accept the trial. Furious flowers. That's a precious name. Let's see you judge the wind currents so accurately. If you were flying squirrels like I am, navigating those wind currents would pose you no challenge, of that I'm certain. If everyone had these wind gliders, I'd be unbeatable. Is that so? I'm glad to hear that, because you two are the most guardian-like candidates I've ever seen. Let's continue. The current wind conditions are just right. No problem. Everything's going great. Maybe we'll be guardians that Her Highness... We're the guardians. Her Highness was outstanding too. Her Highness is the only true guardian. Thank you for your kind words. And in fact, passed the trial many times before the dragon destroyed the sacred site. Purely in terms of flying abilities, I'm confident that no other squirrel is my equal. Previous candidates even found the first few stages too difficult. Oh, but Your Highness has already passed the trial. How come you didn't take the relic? Unfortunately, the relic has yet to acknowledge me. See when guardians require. No, I do not know. Perhaps I thought it didn't pass the trial. Surely there aren't hidden trial stages changed for each challenger. All I know is that the relic never lit up for him. But you, not only forced you kept that's why I believe you will earn the relic's acknowledgement. Let's continue the path. See, the trial awaits. It appears we have some uninvited guests. Might I trouble the two of you to kindly remove them from the premises? Should we enjoy the accident?
Surrender and you'll be gentle. Don't be such a brute.
I feel pretty delayed.
Freeze! Ha! Cool it! Dodge this! Cool it!
Go, Barry! That's cheating!
You've been a naughty boy. Get...
Truly, you both are exceptionally skilled. Something's wrong with the furious flowers. Very well, we shall complete this. I shall complete this part on my own. If I'm not sure no more unwanted guests. Oh, next we must accept the relic's judgments. I mean, it looks pretty glowy to me. And I freaking slipped in the hole. I'm cutting now, so the relic is just
So this is a relatively used technology guidance or something carved on it like a line of text maybe. Let Paimon take a close look. Stories follow rules, holding in Selena commandments, but each should follow its own course. You get it? Probably meant to encourage challengers? The words have always been there. Lou and I don't know their origin. In case of things, when again, I have yet to grasp the meaning. Case perhaps, because your response is probably undoubtedly legitimate or beyond question. Meaning at a time like this is truly a blessing of our kingdom. Right away. Please have fun, either else just. You flatter me, Your Highness. It's nothing. You're just glad we could help you. Your Highness. Oh, wouldn't you guys get here? Paimon didn't even notice you arrive. We flew over, of course. We were among the best flyers when we were young. You know, how else would we have been able to serve the princess? Never judge a squirrel by its appearance. Oh, I never. Turning up at the time crisis, we guard emerged from tribes of tourists and their relatives in our possession, intact and unharmed. Your Highness, everything is exactly as the legend said. It seems our kingdom finally has a future to look forward to. We shall find out soon enough. Now place your hand upon the relic. Let it light up and proclaim that you are henceforth the guardian of the kingdom. Has it even lit up at all? Maybe it's been there so long that it just can't light up anymore. Like how candles have been lying around for too long won't burn very brightly. How could that be? All the details matching yet the relic still. Your Highness, whatever the case. The relic is in our hands, even if our guests have failed to be acknowledged by. No. Your Highness? Place the relic to this one side. It is my kingdom for which the challenges have come. Therefore it is I who must acknowledge them. Your Highness, but no ruler has ever taken it upon themselves to acknowledge a guardian. Then let us create a precedent for future rulers to follow. Zorwing, Paimon, come forward. As Princess of the Kingdom of Breezes and Bells, I hereby declare Zorwing and Paimon shall henceforth be recognized as the kingdom's paladins of Breezes and Bells. It is my honor, Your Highness. Hooray! A paladin of Breezes and Bells. Such a cool title. Certainly cooler than just being any old guardian. But surely that means we still haven't found our guardian. If that's so, we won't be able to fulfill our calling. If we don't fulfill our calling, we no longer have a future to look forward to, just like the kingdoms that came before us. If not, I will find a way. Choosing guardian. They're currently choosing a champion over at Ringsong Pond. They're Furbert who can jump super high. Right, the whole reason they held that contest was to find a champion to come rescue the princess. But it doesn't seem like the princess needs saving. If you are looking for a supersonic champion to win your contest, they so happen to have one. In fact, there's bound to be lots of potential champions over there. Wait, by contest, you mean child. And by champion, you mean guardian? What an extraordinary coincidence. Though our trial doesn't really have anything to do with jumping. Still, from what you said, it sounds like they found the strongest candidate to complete their calling. Seems a trip over to Ringsong Pond's in order. Thank you for informing me. Wait, Your Highness, they're all paper frogs over there. They're nothing like us. They're not. So what? A guardian's most vital asset is in their heart, not in their appearance. Ministers, you're to stay and look after the kingdom while I'm gone. I'm to go to Ringsong Pond by yourself. My little paladin, I hope that the champion over Ringsong Pond is as fearless and skilled as you are. Well, skilled is certainly access, but as for fearless, that remains easy. See, the champion there is actually a sheep in wolf's clothing. All the more reason to go meet him in person. Right, it's settled then. Oh, and if I'm going over to Ringsong Pond, perhaps I better bring some gifts.
I'll keep this close.
What? Huh? Yeah, Princess nice. Meet her again. Just nice. Kingdom. I'm just mumbling gibberish at this point. Okay. Oh. So we're all completely stumped. Looks like I'm here now too. Oh, it's you. It's a relief you've come. Thank you for coming, my honorable Madeline. We seem to have run into a regular, peculiar problem. Problem I identified one that really hasn't a lot of Mr. Ferber either. The problem was only that I hadn't been acknowledged as guardian. If the problem was that I hadn't been acknowledged as guardian, that would actually be simpler. How to put this? Mr. Ferber is the champion jumper, that much is indisputable. But the trial he passed was riding Prawn's jumping contest, and when he was acknowledged as champion, it was a committee that declared him so. It's true Her Highness resides in the Dull Tower, and that this kingdom does indeed has its own series of arduous trials. But she clearly isn't trapped, much less needs me to jump and rescue her. And those trials, no matter how good I was jumping, were never able to pass them. They aren't designed for paper frogs. On paper, you seem like the perfect candidate, but the details just don't work out. What are we to do? We can't complete our calling. You talking about this calling of yours, and Mr. Ferber mentioned it too. What exactly is it? If you haven't found the guardian and the princess you're looking for, why don't you keep looking? Even if you don't find them right this instant, it's not like this place is going to vanish into thin air. Our kingdom exists for its calling. It's also the only way we can save it. Likewise, the residents of Rain Songpong have sacrificed so much and are continuing to sacrifice for that princess who's nowhere to be found. Generation after generation of champions have quietly aged away, all memory of their deeds fading away into oblivion. Mr. Hollowell has spoken of these brave ones before, weighed down by the burden of unrealized ambition, and they are left with no other choice but to end their days in obscurity. Such a fate is crueler than the fall of the kingdom. Robert, we talked about this. You said you were going to reconsider, and now you must have faith in our champion. If I were perched on a lotus leaf and suddenly found myself drifting away with the current, I would do my best to make sure it didn't capsize in the middle of the river. Now I carry the lotus head bangle. I will not. I cannot shrink my duty. This has nothing to do with courage. Mr. Helu, just duty. Paimon thinks our lotus leaf riding interference wasn't a complete waste of time. Spoken like a true champion. But if I do end up going overboard, I'll have to call for a stompade. He'd definitely be better at this than I am. He's a real champion when it comes down to it. So why have I ended up being the one on the lotus leaf? Looks like you still have to go rafting a few more times. I'll be sure you sure are one unique champion. No matter how hard you try, you're always convinced you're going to fail. You don't need it right. After all, not only did you come here entirely of your own accord, but you had the courage to shoulder a great responsibility. You were brave enough to make a choice and boldly follow through with it. At least in my eyes, you're no less than any flying squirrel. Your Highness, thank you for your praise and for your trust. Besides, I'm already on the slow sleeve, so I can't get off now anyway. Well, anyway, now that we have the backing of so many strong fighters, I think it's high time we headed to the Cave of Eerie Murmurs to see what lurks in the depths. Sauron's yours. Didn't no try and stop me after all. When have you ever succeeded in holding? When have you ever succeeded in holding me back? Yes, Queen. Come on, lighten up. This is the last clue we need to save the kingdom. But not a single princess that has gone in the cave in the Eerie Mountain Murmurs have ever come out again. If there is nothing in the cave of Eerie Murmurs, what does it matter whether I return or not? But on the other hand, if there really is a clue to the salvation of the kingdom in there, even then, if I were to be trapped inside, that wouldn't be such a bad thing, would I? What kind of place is Eerie Murmurs anyway, and why does your Highness sound so serious? Well, it's nothing out of the ordinary. Simply put, it's where those princesses of past kingdoms search for their answer. But until the day their kingdoms vanished utterly, those princesses were never seen again. Huh? By never seen again, surely you don't mean the cave swallowed them alive. There isn't a single flying squirrel that knows, but we'll find out soon enough. To be safe, I'll bring the relic along with us. Who knows? It might just come in handy. All right, everyone, let's go. Given that one of you is an expert flyer and the other a champion jumper, I trust that you'll both be able to keep up with me. All right, this has flown off already. Let's catch up.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
This moth will be frozen in time. Dodge this! Freeze!
Oh my.
Nothing to say, but that's okay. So long as such creatures are safe. Didn't the princess say I'm sure she's heard of her over here? Just like I know, escape frogs are very good at jumping in caves. Don't worry, Mr. Roberto. Robert? I keep calling him Roberto. Sure, he's Roberto now. Mr. Roberto. But I might have just been hearing things. I am a voice, but a voice is not life. Interaction is only born of contradictions, and only interaction is dialogue. There it is again. Do not fear, these voices will not harm us, they are simply lamenting their past. Are these the princesses' voices? To be precise, both princesses and princes. What they have in common is they are all voices from fallen kingdoms. They came in search of answers but found nothing. All they could do was stay and lament their fate to them. You must have come here many times before. You show great intuition, as one would expect of a paladin. That is correct. I have come here often since my extension. After all, compared to all those princesses and princes from the past, there's nothing special at me at all. It was wishful thinking indeed for me to have imagined that a miracle might suddenly happen, and that I have found our guardian just like that. For the sake of my kingdom, I had to keep searching for a way to fulfill my calling. I could not simply stand by and watch it fade away. So I looked everywhere but found nothing. Finally, though, I narrowed down my search to the Cave of Eerie Murmurs. But because this cave had never been thoroughly investigated, and so as not to drive Spanish or sick with worry or cause their voices to go hoarse, I had never entered the Cave of Eerie Murmurs itself. Now for the future of the kingdom, and all our age champions, I have no choice but to go in. Don't be afraid, Your Highness. Not only do you have super strong Azorwing and the champion jumper, Mr. Roberto, to back you up, but also a seasoned floater Paimon too. No matter what happens, we'll make sure you stay safe. Right, Azorwing, Mr. Roberto? At your service, Your Highness. We've got your back, I think. I mean, we've hopefully got your back. Seriously, caves aren't designed for jumping in. It's alright, Mr. Champion. We'll still have plenty of time to prepare. After all, we need to figure out how to get into this cave first. Perhaps this might come in handy. I'm waiting. The door opened. Everyone, let us enter. So chilly around here. Such a strange vibe. I was just glad you haven't seen anything weird. Wait a second, what's that carved in the wall over there? Looks like a story. What's it about? She sang up the trial herself. The princess awaited her guardian within the kingdom. I think I recall the story from the kingdom's records. In the legend it said that despite the passing of much time, there still came no sign of guardian. It seemed the kingdom's resources would soon run dry. The princess, whose name was Ciolia, therefore made a decision. She let the kingdom's people fall into a deep slumber and seal off all its land except the tower, where she alone remained to await the coming of a guardian. What came with this princess? The guardian that she awaited never came. In the end, she said to have come to the Cave of Your Murmurs alone and then vanished from the world without a trace. It's true this princess showed great courage, but I cannot say I agree with her approach. As I see it, by deciding to simply wait there, while her people slept in blissful ignorance, she consigned her kingdom to an unknown fate. Instead, she should have taken the initiative by calling upon her people to unite as one, seeking out this guardian together. She had done this even if all their efforts had turned out to be in vain. At least she would have known she had done all she could.
It's just as the last line of the story says. Stories follow rules, unfolding in cylindrical patterns, but each should follow its own course. I think it hasn't come to that yet. Yeah, come on, there's still hope. Who knows? There might be some important clues left for us to find. Forgive me, I seem to have gotten a little carried away. Anyway, let's keep searching. It seems we haven't completed the trials in the Cave of Eerie Murmurs yet. There you go, everyone. Let's proceed slowly. Lotus leaves and dewdrops. What the? Why has the story been colored on the wall? What is it? Someone's got a story here that goes, once upon a time, there was a paper frog who wished he had a pair of wings. He prayed to the goddess who told him that if he could jump higher than all other frogs, he would have his wings. Zack, if he could already jump higher than all the other frogs, why would he need wings? Maybe it's just hyperbole? No, this champion's name is actually recorded in the committee's register. This paper frog, whose name was Sirius, was in the champion 7 times in a row. No frog was his equal. His symbol was a pair of wings made of lotus leaves. They dubbed him Winged Cherubus. 7 times in a row? Paimon heard you win the championship many times in a row too, Mr. Brewer. Me? Yes, I won it 7 times, and Stompade 6. But I am no match for this champion. Back in those days, they had to figure it out all on themselves, without any experience to go on. My generations of frogs have jumped higher than others. It is merely by jumping up from the shoulders of giants. There he goes again, putting himself down as usual. So what happened to that champion? I do not know. According to the committee's records, in the last jumping contest he ever took part in, Sirius came second. So that means, indeed it does, given that he no longer felt up to the task of rescuing the Princess Sirius, and as his retirement, then and there, told his friend that the jumping contest no longer had any meaning for him, and that unless he rediscovered its meaning someday, he would never again compete. From that day forth, not once was his name ever again mentioned in the records of Ring Song Pong. So just like those princes and princesses, there's a point in time after which the championship simply vanished from the world. That's right. All in all, the story really doesn't seem like a promising omen. Hold on a minute. The last line of the story is also, stories follow rules, unfolding in cylindrical patterns, but each should follow its own course. Why does this line keep appearing? Let's first complete the rest of the trials first. Yes, you're right. Let's focus on the puzzles before us. Wonder where will lead us in the end. Another trial. Let's do this. Thank you. And let's go take a look at this trial. Final trial. I'm just glad I didn't drag you down. When did all these candles light up? Yay, that means we passed it around. We're pretty smoothly. It's been drawn out. That's right. This gal. You're in such a good shape. If only I was as talented as you are. Such an interesting bunch. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Stories follow rules. Unflowing. Stories follow rules. Unfolding in cylindrical patterns, but each should follow its own course. Once upon a time, there was a paper frog who wished he had a pair of wings. He prayed to the goddess who told him if he could jump higher than all other frogs, he would have his wings. Long ago, there was a princess who personally set up a trial in the kingdom. She waited and waited and waited. Oh, guardian, where art thou? The paper's talking! In this world, that's not really that weird. Another paper frog, just like me, another useless champion squandered years, and a pair of worthless, withered wings. Wait, surely you can't be. I am evaporated dewdrop, a pair of wings too weak for flight. The name of Sir Blairless is no longer one I am fit to bear. It is a great honor to meet you, Your Highness, Princess Celia. It is an honor to meet you too, Your Highness. You, yet another stranger, another princess. So Paimon's guessing they're the champion and princess message mentioned in the story on the wall. They look like two manuscripts. It is an honor to meet you both. You've resided in this cave for a long time now, so you should know why we're here. Your Highness, have you found a way? Have you found the answer you were looking for? Where's the guardian we are looking for? Great champion. Where's the princess that us paper frogs are supposed to save? You should go back. There are no answers here. Only question after question. No river awaits, and the lotus leaves do not exist for us. Fawn has never seen victory's laurel, nor a princess. Stories full of rules, unfolding in cylindrical patterns. Such a futile expectation. When will the cycle end? Keep waiting, keep waiting. There are no answers here. Only question after question. The pen that wrote these words has not a line to look back upon the page, and yet the ink of fate has long dried up. Neither the guardian nor the period that marks the end shall appear. Thus it has always been, until now. But each should follow its own course. This is destiny's inexplicable hope. When this path ahead reveal itself. What are they talking about? Paimon doesn't get it. Whatever it is, in some time. Too promising. They might as well have said nothing. Ah, but why? No river awaits, and the lotus leaves do not exist for us. That makes it sound like Ringsong Pong is already. Neither the guardian nor the period that marks the end shall appear. Anyway, we shouldn't jump to conclusions too soon. We haven't even completed the trial yet. Alright, giving up before the contest is even ended seems like a bad etiquette indeed. Let's take care of the trials first. Yeah, let's stay positive. Maybe there's a pleasant surprise waiting for us.
What's the hurry?
Well, seems like we've passed all the trials, right? We've passed the trial, but nothing seems to have happened. What the relic? It hasn't reacted at all. Or you meant to just keep waiting here? What exactly are we waiting for? Not like some kind of god's gonna suddenly swoop down and tell us what to do, is it? What are we willing to do? What we are willing to do is wait. All we can do is wait. Meaning lies in waiting. The future lies unknown. When did they appear? And insisting we wait like that. What are we even waiting for? Perhaps they don't know either, which is why they've been waiting all the time. So long that they turned into manuscripts. We are echoes with nowhere to return. Existences that do not exist. Unfinished chapters of blank paper, as are you. Take
Together, let us go back to where we belong. Stories follow rules, unfolding in cylindrical patterns. Each follows its own course. Honestly, the answer is right there. Each follows its own course. Hey, you, pile more paper, why do you just keep telling us to wait? Your Highnesses, waiting will get us nowhere. So that's it. I knew I wasn't in the wrong place. Your Highness, Princess Ioya, I have my answer. Princess Ioya, I have my answer. To the rest of you, it's time for us to part ways. Thank you all for everything you have done. Now it is clear to me that the answer lies not in the cave of eerie murmurs. When I first arrived, I was afraid I would have to pay a heavy price to find a way to save the kingdom here. In the end, the Cave of Murmurs holds nothing more than a pile of old manuscripts deceiving themselves by waiting. It's a great relief to know that hope still lies elsewhere. The future lies unknown. Meaning lies in waiting. No, Your Highness. Meaning lies in the unknown. Waiting leads only to waiting. I most certainly will not save the kingdom using such a method. If the guardian does not come, I will go in search of them. If I cannot find them in my kingdom, I will search the rest of the world instead. If they are not to be found in this world, then I shall keep searching beyond it, even if my kingdom is destined to fall. I shall witness its final moments when its ending is written. Such blindness, such impurity, such frivolity, such ignorance, such superficiality, such impatience. Say what you will, but as you yourselves have put it, stories follow rules, unfolding in cylindrical pattern, but each should follow its own course. If your path lies in endless waiting, then mine lies instead on the road ahead. Can I say something? If you were to deem it acceptable, I would like to go along with your Highness too. Oh, someone seems pretty motivated all of a sudden. After all, if I could help your Highness find your guardian, that could also be interpreted as saving the princess. I am the champion of Rising Pond. Even if I do it for Rising Pond, I must continue to fulfill my duty. If you are willing to help, then on behalf of the entire kingdom of breezes and bells, I thank you. That's most all right. I will, of course, have to ask the committee's opinion, especially Hurlin and Stumpy. As you know, I always seem to cause trouble. We believe in you, our champion of champions. Right, so what's Your Highness? The relic next to you is lighting up. He started flying just like, how come the relic suddenly lit up? That's what each should follow its own course meant. Highness seems to have figured something out, something that Paimon hasn't. It sounds to me like we first need to find the lotus leaf of our own, then drift along. The owner of the relic and consider what would happen if we fell into the water and rot. Just have to climb back out and again and prove our courage by overcoming adversity, just like you did in the past. But did I? Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but I believe all I proved was I'm not made for something. It's Her Highness! It's Her Highness! Hello? Look, Her Highness is flying along with a bunch of people and frogs. Do you think she found the Guardian? Look! Our relic is shining up ahead. Our Guardian is coming. Wonderful news. We can fly around without having to worry. Hope lies ahead. Our future lies outside. Meaning lies beyond. Courage lies in dialogue. Surviving and returning. Meaning and seeking. Hey, isn't that our champion? Hey, Frobert! Robert is flying! He's incredible! Look over here, Mr. Champion. Give us a wave with your champion feet. Aha, Goodfellow's blushing. Let's not embarrass him any longer. Bon voyage, Roberto. Oh, so that's what happens. Fascinating. Stories follow rules, unfolding in cylindrical patterns, but each should follow its own course. Farewell. May all of you find your own way forward. Farewell. That music was tying just awkwardly enough. Oh, my leg is still on the ground. I can barely feel it anymore. All four of your feet are still firmly on the ground, Mr. Champion, and they're in better condition than any of us are. Those princesses from the past, they seem to have left too. I hope that they'll never return to the Cave of Eerie Murmurs. Seems your trip to the Cave of Eerie Murmurs wasn't for nothing after all. When the relic of the there's hope for your highness's kingdom again. That is indeed so. The fact that the relic has lit up means it has found a guardian worthy of acknowledgement. It seems that the guardian the relic was looking for was not a valiant warrior in the usual sense. A true guardian who is worthy of acknowledgement is one who always follows their heart. Someone who pushes forward relentlessly in spite of their fear. Turns out that this relic, which we'd been treating like the problem, was actually the answer all along. Those manuscripts that were waiting in the cave, they've been waiting for their path to appear, waiting all this time. But waiting only leads to more waiting. No one can find a solution to a problem simply by searching within the problem itself. Like, you wouldn't be able to pick a leaf from a tree if you were standing on the leaf itself. Sounds complicated. Paimon's feeling dizzy now. Anyway, none of them were acknowledged by the relic as guardians. Your Highness and Mr. Robert were, though. So now the relic is lit up, and we found our guardian. That doesn't mean the problem's solved. Doesn't that mean the problem's solved, Your Highness? Well, you could say that, but I still haven't managed to figure out exactly why it lit up. Looks like Starman Survice will be doing some more research for me. Oh, and now that the guardian's been chosen, doesn't that mean that the relic's trial has lost its meaning too? It'd be a shame to tear it all down. No. I'll keep the trial in pace, but it'll now be used to train guardians, rather than to choose them. If every flying squirrel were to become a guardian someday, then no matter what difficulties the kingdom of breezes and bells face, we could overcome them together. I've been waiting to do this for a long, long time. Just a pity that the relic refused to light up sooner. And that servant and surfer stood in my way. Now that I've been acknowledged by the relic, I shall do whatever I wish. That's why you're the princess, Your Highness. Oh, Her Highness's title should now be Guardian, Princess of the Kingdom of Breezes and Bells. So, Your Highness, would it be all right if I took part in the training in your kingdom? You're really up for anything now, huh? No, didn't you hear that sound just now? The voice that was speaking. This is the trial that you must face to serve Princess Semest to fulfill your calling. Whose voice was it? Was it the same voice as the... It was the same voice as the manuscript that claimed to be Kerberos in the Cave of Eerie Murmurs. Surely the great champion himself didn't actually believe that I could fulfill Ring Song's calling, but Princess Unu didn't seem to need to say her. If anyone, I'm the one who needs her help. So, you told him you could do it? No, I didn't, or rather, he had no intention of hearing my opinion. Anyway, seeing as it's for the calling of Ring Song Pong, what choice do I have? Saying you would like to undergo the trial, then of course you're welcome to. I couldn't be more delighted to hear the champion of Ring Song Pong is willing to serve in my kingdom. Besides, I had plans to travel far away in the future, and I was actually just about to invite you to come along with me. After all, there are bound to be places in this world where the wind doesn't blow, and when that time comes, we'll have to rely on your champion legs of yours. Really? Then I'll try my best not to make any mistakes, though I've never tried jumping with anyone riding on my back before. Then you'll have to train harder from now on. And the two of you, thank you for all the help you've given me and my kingdom. There are still too many mysteries yet to be solved. Why did we need to find a guardian? And why would a kingdom fall into decay by itself? And why would Rings and Pond have such a calling? But at least the kingdom has been saved. So now I have more time to contemplate these questions. Is there anything like humor seem to be related to her before? That Nyla told us about, the goddess of fate who used ink to compose her stories. Something about this. Well, it's long and complicated. Well, actually, it's not that long or complicated of a story. The story's about the goddess of fate. Basically, everything we've been through. It's a story written by the goddess of fate. Alright, now we've really become characters in the story. But seeing as the goddess wrote us in, why didn't she give us an ending? There's this poor souls in the cave, and now us. We've all been through so much. So, that must mean it was also the goddess of fate who came up with that line. Stories follow rules, unfolding in cylindrical patterns, but each should follow its own course. I need some time to think about these matters more deeply. My loyal Paddlin, please take these gifts as a token of my gratitude. These were the only treasures I brought with me. If you have time, please come back to visit the Kingdom of Breezes and Bells again. I believe that you may have some questions for me. But first I must rest well and think hard.
Fascinating.
Ah, yes, the only thing you had. Goddamn girly. Objects location. Treasure. Oh, one's for treasure, one's for excerpts. Or do you need both? Oh my god. Where am I? I proceeded to meet. Oh, there I am. See if any more pop up over here. Since I was over here.
What's the hurry?
Yeah. I love the background for this area.
Shine down into the wind. As one with wind and cloud. The wind knows me. Illusion shattered.
Fuse is lit. What do we have here?
Now, if only the regular compasses could also show things like trials and whatnot. Trials and chests and all that. of stuff. Be very useful. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh, and I missed one paper butterfly. Hero's journey. Goodness. Oh goodness. Hmm. Into the future Marcus abode and return the great clockwork key. Really? Just like that we return the key?
Time to go.
Well, if it isn't the Marcus the cat and little fairy, I think we should probably set this actually it's time to and job. These roles, in theory, shall be over now. Remembering the point of ceremonies help people transition from one mental state to another. To bid farewell to the TARDIS of Marcus Occurs once and for all, he can bring things to a glow with a touch of formality. And the Nikomata bids farewell to her boots, although the reflection we are wiser to the truth. Okay, so they were all talking together. He doesn't budge in. He's doubt if you're using enough force. Maybe there's this patch here, some stuff here, and some stuff here. I'm surprised I got everything there, but I guess I did. But as for stories, we've told all the ones we'd had meaning to tell. Yeah. This world has been absolutely lovely. So friends, darlings. Until next time. Gonna get to somewhere nonsensical. The answer is yes, of course. Stories are told in circles.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
And each follows its own path.